Good evening, race fans, for the World 600 on the Elite Racing Network for the Belly Up Sports Cup Series. My name is David Westergreen. I will be joined this evening by David Huckleberry, James Watson, and Zach Evans for 600 miles of mile-and-a-half racing at this Charlotte Motor Speedway. We don't really have time for I think the first bit here. We'll go ahead and go straight into the national anthem, but we're really excited to bring you this one, and please enjoy the pre-race festivities.
This is Vince Stover with the Belly Up Fantasy Live Baseball Show from the Belly Up Sports Network. Racers, start your engines.
Up here for our World 600. These guys will be firing their engines very shortly, and we'll be able to do our kind of pre-race opener here. 600 miles at this place, Zach. These guys are going to be fighting the strategies of the stages. We'll obviously have 3 stages akin to the real life World 600, with a stage every 100 laps. So, what do you think these drivers' plans are here this evening for this long race?
Well, I always like to say there will be no math, but already I have to point out that 100 times 3 would only be 300 laps, David.
True.
So it's 4 stages, 100 laps each, which makes it different from any other race we run, but like the real life 600, which is what you were trying to say. Definitely a unique part of this race. Its length. Everybody knows the challenge of 600 miles here at Charlotte. 5th time we've done it here in Elite, and we'll see who can come away with this crown jewel win this evening.
Yeah, I feel like, I meant the 3 stage breaks, but it's all good. We have the 4 stages here, 100 laps each. As you mentioned, who are our previous winners here, Zach, before we move over to James?
Well, the first one was won by David Hooker in the 2020 B season. 2022A went to Ethan Burrell. David Hooker doubled up in 2023A, and then 1 year ago, it was Tyler Fody picking up the win.
So those will be the guys we're looking at to see if they have what it takes here in 600 miles. James, how does a driver prepare for such a long race this evening?
Well, first of all, I would say you probably make sure you hit the restroom before you climb into the sim rig, because you're not really going to have much of an opportunity to take care of that. And it's going to be a long time before you can get out of the car and deal with that. So you have to do that. And you also just have to kind of get a game plan on what you want to do and how aggressive you want to be. 600 miles is a long race. It's the longest stock car race out there. So there's no real point in pushing super hard, super quickly, because you're going to have a lot of laps to work with. And the track is going to change as those laps tick down too. So you really got to treat it like an endurance race and have the same kind of philosophy you would have if you're doing stints in the Daytona 24 or the Sebring 12 hour, just kind of focus on keeping the car safe and making sure you're in a position to battle for the win when you finally get to, 15 miles or so left of the 600.
That's absolutely right. So the 40 race for Polo Award winner is Justin Wadsworth here for Lake Norman Motorsports. He'll be alongside two-time World 600 winner David Hooker. Starting third will be Ethan Burrell, Scott Crump fourth, Chris Wright starts fifth with Tyler Fody sixth, Chad Frankenfield seventh, Garrison Hogan eighth, Daniel Martinez ninth, and how about Brent Jones with an excellent top 10 qualifying run? He's just in front of points leader Ethan Stanley and Corey Abbott in 12th.
Leighton Norgard 13th, Ryan Schild 14th, Gavin Hibbs will roll off 15th, Jonathan Cutlip starting from the 16th position, Harrison Talon lining up 17th, Dustin the Dragon Doer rolls off 18th, Josh Adams 19th, Blake Reynolds P20 for one of the favorites you'd have to think in this field, Trey Holmes will start 21st, Ryan Gable 22nd, Brandon Wilkinson making his first Cup start of the season, coming off that win Monday night at Stafford in the Grand National Series. He'll start 23rd. Gavin Higgins starting 24th.
As we roll through this second pace lap, Paul Mikolajczyk goes from 25th. Johnny Thomas 26th. Ray Bracey goes from 27th with Matthew Weeks in 28th. Nick Massey starts 29th. Justin Fortner will start 30th. Seth Rawls 31st. R.C. Anderson 32nd. Kyle Hanshaw starts 33rd, Tate Lytle 34th, Carlos Acosta 35th, Caleb Pecumer in 36th.
Joshua Personette, Michael Hosak, Justin Vandermarl, Gerald Campbell, Michael Goodman, Gilberto Javier Gamera, and Jesse Racimus rounding out the field. Little note, and we'll talk about more here as we get underway, Michael Goodman, 200th career Elite Cup Series start this evening.
Yeah, I hope he keeps that car clean. We'll definitely take a look at that paint scheme and all the other fresh paint schemes tonight in this World 600. They were advised to run red, white, and blue schemes if possible, or at least patriotic schemes if possible. There is one very patriotic scheme that is not red, white, and blue in the field. We'll talk about that one later as well. But Justin Wadsworth, David Hooker leading us to green. That's Ethan Burrell there in third, with Scott Crump fourth here at the start of this World 600. The pace car is off. These guys will be going for 600 miles, 400 laps around the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and Justin Wadsworth heads into the restart zone, gets the green flag, and we are racing here in the World 600 in the Elite Belly Up Sports Cup Series. Wadsworth, the big push already from Ethan Burrell. They head towards turn one. Clear to the lead is the Lake Norman driver, the defending champion of this series, Justin Wadsworth, with his best start of the season. We'll see if he can maybe jump out front, control this race a little bit.
And of course, just like in the real world, these guys you see right now, the sun is out, beaming down on the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. But as the race progresses, the sun will go down, the track will cool off. Right now, 84 degrees. That is one storyline for this evening we have to keep in mind. A little bit of change, and Lord knows I've made plenty of jokes as we watch this battle for the lead here between David Tooker and Justin Wadsworth here about the excessive track temperatures here in Elite, but we're seeing a little more realistic weather conditions for this year's World 600 and moving forward here in the Cup Series. And go ahead.
Right at the apron. I thought he was going to wad up that 9 car and maybe Scott Crump behind him. Continue on, please. I was a little concerned.
But, something that I think is going to be very popular with the drivers to not be racing on the surface of the sun. Hopefully that's the last time I have to use that line here on a broadcast this season. I have to admit, 84, 79 ambient temperature for a Coke 600, that'd be a very mild evening for what we usually see on Memorial Day weekend here in the Charlotte metropolitan area, speaking from experience.
Yeah, the South is not known for being cool in May, at least in the daytime, as Chris Wright bypasses Ethan Burrell for that 3rd spot. We've got a pretty wide pulled out shot of the field right here. You can see they are single filed out. This group of drivers has been, I'll call it criticized, maligned, internally and externally, for their racing this season. It has been at times a little bit unwieldy. It's been at times very good. But these guys know there's 400 laps, 600 miles. You cannot make it to the end without making, you can't win the race without making it to the end. And this whole group has singled out. They're not trying to push the cars too hard. They acknowledge that there's a possibility of long green flag runs in this race. And there's a lot of time to get it back, get back to the front if you're hanging out at the back right now. So a lot of guys riding the bottom, trying to conserve tire, and it's refreshing to see as Chris Wright heads for the lead. That's one guy who absolutely will not be taking it conservatively if everyone else is.
And look, no matter how you slice it, as we watch this battle up front, Chris Wright moving out to the top spot, even with only 5 cautions in this race last year, the 2024 A season, it was still 3 hours and 55 minutes. This is going to be a long night. This is going to be a long race. Don't do anything that's going to make it any longer, or I guess if you do a really good job with it, any shorter.
Right, yeah. Either you want to be out early or you want to make all 400 miles and have a great finish. Those are kind of the 2 options you want to have when entering a race like this. Back in the field, I saw Leighton Norgard is side by side. He is side by side with Ryan Schuld in the 4 car. That is for 16th. That is the first battle on track. Everybody else is single file before that. You can see there the line of cars. Dusty Dewar and Jonathan Cutlip are now side by side just in front. And to pull you in, James, what are your thoughts starting this race off? Obviously trying to take care of the car, but I know you're a tire conservation guy. What's the line here at Charlotte?
I always try to wrap the bottom as much as you can. It's especially more necessary here because the way the paint right there on the inside line, that white and blue line, it always seems to be a lot more grippy around here than at most of the other mile and a half. So the name of the game is to always try to hook it as much as you can and just kind of pull the car around. Coupled with the fact that, tire conservation is down at the inside here on iRacing as opposed to it being more towards the top in real life. Trying to use both of that to your advantage really helps trying to stretch these tires, especially since the overcut always seems to be super overpowered here on the sim compared to real life. And you also have to deal with the fact, to continue off of what Zach was saying earlier, there's going to be a lot of change coming to this track as this race goes on. This is what has always fascinated me about the real life World 600, because you have to deal with so much change throughout the race. You always see guys that are good in the early stages of the race, but they kind of fade as the race goes on because their car just doesn't react to the changing track as much as they like to. And, they have the ability to make adjustments in real life. You don't have that ability here in a fixed setup race. So you're just really hoping that the way the track evolves fits your driving style and how you're trying to drive the car. And a lot of that factors into your success with conserving those tires.
Yeah, I think the thing we have always talked about in this race, and to your point, is this is as much a mental race as the Daytona 500 is. We talk a lot about in that race, and I know you weren't here with us, but a lot about how mental that race is, about how you can beat yourself in the Daytona 500 a lot easier than your competitors can beat you. This race is very similar to that aspect, and you're already seeing a number of different strategies. Guys are obviously working the top, trying to push forward. You've got guys running the bottom, trying to save tires. Chris Wright jumped out to a big lead. He's getting run down as we speak by David Tooker and Scott Crump. This is just a really interesting spot to be in. And like you mentioned, the track is going to change, but the drivers have to be flexible, right? They have to know those changes are coming, adjust their driving styles to match up with the way that track changes. Obviously, it's going to get faster as the night progresses. It's going to get a lot grippier. That could result in, we'll call it closer racing as the night progresses. But early on, that means things are going to be more spread out like they are right now. It's a little easier to make mistakes. Guys are taking it very carefully. And we're seeing a pretty big gap build between a number of different packs in this field.
What we do see in that first pack is Scott Crump and David Tooker battling for the second spot. I think right now David Tooker maybe is fighting a little bit of that handling adjustment 15 laps into this run, and Scott Crump's got to pick up that second position and try to chase down Chris Wright.
I think Scott Crump's going to go pick up the lead right here. That 90 car blew past pole sitter Justin Wadsworth in a hurry. He got around David Tooker, and you can see the line he's running to make a pass here at Charlotte. He's utilizing the top lane, trying to slice down, get that run down the hill coming off of the corners. Right here, he's going to jump to the outside of Chris Wright. Outside's usually a more defensive line, Wright taking that bottom lane and allowing Scott Crump to roll through to the race lead. So that outside proving very beneficial there for Scott Crump. We'll see if, a guy that is pretty good about saving his tires in Scott Crump, if that's going to hurt his performance down the stretch of a long green flag run here, or if, this is a car coming to life early in the run.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to watch this play out over the next, probably 40, 50 laps or so. See how much is this long run pace, how much is he really forcing the issue. Definitely we're seeing Chris Wright fade back a little bit. Don't know if that means he's already used up the good in his Goodyear Eagles, or if he's choosing to pace himself a little bit more than he did to start with. We'll have to see how all this stuff plays out over the course of these long runs. Now we look at Justin Wadsworth is running in that fourth position. That line of cars from fifth on back, starting up with Tyler Fody, and keeping an eye on that gap between those two packs, and still that front four ever so slightly trying to pull away.
Yeah, Tyler Fody's a guy that obviously has experience winning this race. He's got experience winning races in this league, the winningest driver in this league. I think he's hanging out early in this race. He's not pushing the car too much. Ethan Burrell has seen what's happening right there. He's riding in the tire tracks of Tyler Fody, trying to emulate what he's doing right here. And you can see, I don't know that they're backing up the field at all, but they're just riding. They operate with the mindset of, this is a long race. We're not needing to go up there and fight for the lead right now. Just need to take care of our stuff, be there at the end of a long green flag run here. Ethan Burrell sporting the Domino's colors there tonight, so that he fits into the red, white, and blue car. Chad Frankenfield also with a slightly different paint scheme than we are used to seeing on the 15. I do want to... Oh, go ahead, James.
I was going to say, it technically fits in with the red, white, and blue aesthetic, and, honestly, what's more American than Domino's Pizza, really?
That's right. I believe Ethan also works at Domino's. I think that's his connection to the pizza franchise there. We'll just see if we can get Ethan maybe throw back to like when David Rudiman had the Domino's car a few years ago. I'd like to see that one brought out.
Such an underrated scheme, that one.
I am with you there. I do want to, since we're looking at a Pro Edge Toyota, I want to throw to another Pro Edge Toyota in this field. One that started pretty far back that I was really not expecting to start so far back. That was Ethan Burrell's teammate Matthew Weeks. Also running a special scheme, a scheme we've seen before in this series that Weeks likes to break out for these patriotic races. But two-time winner this season of the full distance races is Matthew Weeks. Obviously, he won the Brickyard 400 and then our full distance Auto Club race. He is a master of these long distance races, getting all the way to the end of these things with speed. These races that tend to go green. He's one of the best in the field at long run pace. And you can see he's already moving forward around Josh Adams, coming up on Paul Mikolajczyk. Started 28th. He's up to 24th right now. Moving forward, I think this is a car that you're going to see at the front of the field by the end of the evening.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Prime Harvick in that regard. You know, I remember back in like 2011 watching the broadcast, and it was either Larry Mack or DW dubbing Harvick as Mr. Where in the heck did he come from? And I think that's the perfect descriptor for Matthew Weeks. Like, he's always there, but not really quite up at the very front of the pack. He just kind of lurks, kind of saves his stuff, kind of lets everyone kind of battle it out, burn their stuff off, and when you least expect it, that's when he strikes. You know, you look back at his wins this season, and he wasn't really up there battling super hard for the lead, and then all of a sudden he just appears out of nowhere within the closing laps, and he's sneaking by for the win. And I saw the perfect example when I filled in for the Truck Series at Pocono. Like, he was like tail end of the top 10 mid-pack for the entire race, and then out of nowhere, like with 2 laps to go, oh look, he's taking the lead and he's gonna win this race. Like, he's one that you always have to keep an eye on.
It is. You know, the guys who are going to get onto us for, oh, you're glazing Weeks. But, I mean, I just, it's so funny how we're able to talk about what happened in this season. And that's just how he seems to win the races, right? It's just how he seems to operate. And up front, the battling has gotten fierce because that second pack has caught the first pack. As Tyler Fode's trying to work his way around Chris Wright. But two guys that are going to be fighting Matthew Weeks for this win later in the race tonight is Ethan Stanley right there in front of Tyler Fode, and obviously Fode, who's a former winner of this race as well. Ethan Stanley won our other full distance race this season, and he's pretty fast everywhere we go, up into 4th after qualifying outside the top 10, a little bit uncharacteristic of our points leader. But, you know, Zach, I mean, do you think? I think Ethan Stanley's on a mission right now to head to the front, and I can't really tell if this is like go time in the run for Ethan Stanley or if his car is just, you know, burning tires a little bit less at this point.
Well, it is hard to say. Obviously, you know, we can look at, you know, some lap times and kind of try to gauge where the fall off is compared to other competitors, but across the board, definitely everybody is losing pace, which is to be expected. I would say this is probably around the halfway point of this tire run, if I had to venture a guess based on what limited amount of data I was able to get from the drivers before tonight's race. Definitely Ethan Stanley closing in is getting... Oh, I think that... Who was that just got a piece of the fence there just in front of Jonathan Cutlip? Maybe Brent Jones?
Brent or Chad. Oh, Ethan Burrell's back there too. It was either Brent or Ethan.
That is the one downside to all the red, white, and blue cars, is now we have to try and tell them all apart. But I believe that may have been Brent Jones who got a piece of the wall out of turn 2. Still digging in that A9 car. Obviously, we talked about what a great qualifying effort he had, and still running in the 12th position at the moment. So hopefully not too much damage to that Toyota.
Another good qualifying run right here. We're focused on him at the moment. Is that one by Corey Abbott, in the Kachow number 21 car. Corey has had some pretty miserable luck, I would describe it, this season. Been involved in some stuff not of his own making, but he has had a very strong start to the 600. And before the race, I'm going to pull up the tweet. But he said about this race that it was the one he wants to win more than anything. Now, he was also managing, he also said, I don't win races. To that aspect, I say, he's up here fighting in the top 10. He just needs to stay right about here, and he can be in position to win this race later tonight.
Yeah, because it's not like we haven't seen, winners that people were kind of predicting in the past. Let's not forget that guys like Austin Dillon, Casey Mears got their first career wins in this race because there's plenty of different avenues, different strategies, all kinds of other chaos that can happen that could put you in a position to win, even if you're not necessarily, even if you yourself is like, I don't know if I'm going to pull that off. You never know what could happen in this race.
Yeah, this is a chaotic race, and we haven't necessarily seen any of the underdog type winners this season in the Belly Up Sports Cup Series. It's been a lot of our big time regulars fighting for these wins, but I do note that Corey Abbott's pretty good. He's a winner in the ARCA Series, and that's 4th division down. I believe he's a winner in the Truck Series as well. So he's got some speed. Now he's locked in behind Chris Wright right now, and he's about to go 3 wide with Jonathan Cutlip. This isn't a great spot to be in.
Yeah, it's our first bit of aggressive racing here.
This is I think the point in the run, and I kind of mentioned it earlier to Zach. Feels like the point in the run where if you have some pace in your car left, it's time to go. It's time to show off what your car can do at this point in the run. We're seeing it from Blake Reynolds right here as he dices to the inside of Corey Abbott and Chris Wright. 3 wide. They go down the back straightaway. Into 3, they're still 3 wide, but I think Blake Reynolds is going to make that work on the bottom and bypass 2 cars and jump into the top 10 despite starting 20th on the grid tonight. He's up to 9th and going after Chad Frankenfield for 8th. Just a monster start to this race for Blake Reynolds. He's able to jump forward super well. And the yellow flag is out for the first time tonight. We've got a wreck on the back straightaway. It is Dusty Dewar sitting perpendicular to the field in turn 3. No one hit him. But that is the source of our first caution flag of the night. It looks like it might have been some contact with Brandon Wilkinson. A little bit of contact there, but it doesn't look like anything's otherwise happened yet. And no.
And there it is.
Yeah, I'd be very curious. Yeah, if we could get an onboard on this 06, because it's hard to tell. Was that a move to the right, or did he get sucked in by netcode? I don't want to throw out the blame game just yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be hard to say there. You can't really quite see the steering wheel, I'm afraid.
That was the first move in the middle of the corner, the back straightaway, but then
it looked like to me that the first contact was him trying to side draft Dusty, and then the contact that put him around, it looked like he was trying to kind of fit in between the hole of Dusty and the 50, and was just still too close to Dusty and just kind of hooked him, because you can see it looks like he's trying to kind of take that outside line, and just still a little alongside Dusty's car.
Definitely a messy situation all around.
Not the way I think Brandon Wilkinson would want to reintroduce himself to this Cup Series. As Chris Wright spins it coming off pit road. He's sitting perpendicular to the field as well. And unfortunately for the driver that started 5th, he's going to have to wait for this field to drive by. Everybody doing a good job to avoid him. Everybody will get around. Chris will end up at the back of this field, unfortunately, I believe. But let's go ahead and head to our first commercial break if we can, and we'll rejoin you guys for the conclusion of stage 1, and Wilkinson did get that tally.
Since 2010, race fans have had one burning question. When will the Xfinity Series return to Worldwide Technology Raceway? You asked, NASCAR delivered. On Saturday, September 6, 2025, the magic is back. The track that launched the legendary careers of Harvick, Busch, Keselowski, Edwards, and Earnhardt Jr. is now ready to write that next chapter. We're going to introduce you to a new crop of future champions and Hall of Famers. And in the process, we'll create more of the greatest moments in racing history. NASCAR Weekend 2025, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Playoffs, the Confluence Music Festival, and now 250 miles of the NASCAR Xfinity Series. 2 incredible races, 1 challenging track, a 3-day party of epic proportions. Go to www.raceway.com and lock in your weekend racing and camping packages for as little as $20 down.
Welcome back to the World 600, 1/10 of the scheduled distance complete. Scott Crump still your race leader. If you guys have headed down pit road to top off the fuel tank. David Tucker running second, Tyler Fode up to third after the pit stops, Garrison Hogan fourth, Blake Reynolds into the top 5, gained 2 or 3 spots on pit road. Struggles by Ethan Stanley and Justin Wadsworth have dropped them down the running order just a tad. Chris Wright spun exiting pit road. He was one of the drivers that did come down pit road to top off the fuel cell. And then we also covered that Brandon Wilkinson did receive the tally for that first incident by race control William White. So if we can jump to the field here, we will restart this race. There they are. I do. That's generally preferred. Scott Crump and David Tucker on the front row here. Crump and teammate Tyler Fode occupy that inside line, and they go very early in the restart zone. Tyler Fode trying to get up alongside and past the driver 19, David Tucker. Blake Reynolds takes advantage of that and jumps in front of his teammate Garrison Hogan for that third spot. And they will roll that bottom lane. Tucker trying to fight back against Fode up high, but they're both chasing Scott Crump here down the back straightaway. Oh, there's a crash down the back.
Oh.
I couldn't tell who got out of shape. Somebody was way out of sorts. I want to say it was Carlos Acosta in the 0-2. We'll go ahead and see if we can't take a look up front. Everything's single file except for Tucker and Fode. There's the bottleneck. It looks like it was Gerald Campbell making contact with Justin Vandermarl. I believe that was the case.
Wow, they were like almost 4 wide there.
Right there. Carlos Acosta and I think that's Gilberto end up on the apron. They're able to keep it straight and continue on. Scott Crump, David Tucker, the top 2. Tucker and Blake Reynolds were both able to bypass Tyler Fode on this restart. Now David Tucker's trying to look for the lead here behind Scott Crump. Crump able to get out into that clean air where that 90 car likes to be, but he's got some company behind him. Tucker there, and then Blake Reynolds, obviously Tyler Fode, Garrison Hogan, all very capable of getting up here and taking the race lead.
And again, starting to see these guys single file out here, and I think that's probably to be expected. I believe, I could be wrong, it's got to be close, I think. That might get us, these last pit stops here falling on lap 38. It's going to be interesting to see if that gets us to the lap 100 stage marker if we do go green the whole way.
You know, you mentioned that you thought it was 60 laps. I'm pretty sure that means we'll get to 60. Caution was right at lap 40, so I think these guys are going to probably try to pit right at around 100. You'll see some guys short pit the stage, maybe try and gain a little track position if a caution comes out while people are racing for that stage win. But yeah, I do believe where we are right now, these guys can make it to the end of the stage on this tank of fuel. Battle back here is between Blake Reynolds and Ethan Burrell. It is going to go to Ethan Burrell. Reynolds is definitely in tire saving mode, I believe, right now. He is dropped to the bottom. That 66 car is just easing into the corners. He's getting out. These guys are out driving him into the corners, but I think Blake Reynolds is fully aware of this, and he is just trying to relax and wait for later in this green flag run. He was very quick at the end of the last green flag run, so this feels like a calculated move to move back, but in so doing, he's losing a spot to Matthew Weeks, who is up on the outside lane, and from 28th starting spot, Matthew Weeks has risen all the way up into the top 10. He will hit the line this time in 6th.
Yeah, Matthew Weeks on the move, the hard charger at the moment, up 22 spots and trying to crack into that top 5. I mean, just absolutely hauling the mail on that outside lane right now.
We saw Chris Wright making similar moves at the beginning of last run. He ended up falling to about 12th or 13th before the incident on pit road kicked him all the way further back. I wonder if Weeks may be overusing the tires just a little bit on a longer green flag run, but that is a guy who can definitely get the tires back, if he's able to do so. So here comes Tyler Fody. He saw Matthew Weeks moving up, jumped to the outside of David Tucker, going for that second spot. And once again, this season, it is Pro Edge versus Lake Norman. In this series, in this league, it's very much the battle, the ever-long battle, as Scott Crump, Tyler Fody lead 3 Pro Edge Toyotas. Matthew Weeks continues the charge forward. He's up to 3rd.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of Penske versus Ganassi in the IndyCar series here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, to cycle back a little bit, it is interesting to see Matthew Weeks this aggressive, kind of counteracting the glazing we were giving him earlier. And another kind of counterintuitive from what we've seen is, Blake Reynolds kind of sitting and saving. Like, we have seen Blake Reynolds be absolutely, I don't want to say aggressive, but he's been unreal at his ability to move through the pack. Like, you think back to, like, Michigan and how effortlessly he was able to cut through the field and just make pass after pass without burning his tires off at all, when other people were, while running nowhere near as aggressive. So it's interesting seeing him kind of take care of his tires here and wait for the opportunity to battle.
The newest guy who is not taking care of his tires in the Blake Reynolds conservation strategy here is Daniel Martinez. He has worked his way up to 9th in that black and gold 88 car, trying to drive around Chad Frankenfield to get alongside the aforementioned Blake Reynolds here. So it's a lot of different schools of thought at the moment here in this race, as we've just passed lap 50, about halfway in the stage. Plenty of time still to go in this race, but you've got some guys riding on the bottom, very clearly saving their stuff for later in the run. Some guys trying to get a little bit out of it now and hope that they can hang on until the next caution flag, until the next green flag pit cycle, whatever the case may be. As we watch Matthew Weeks carve through the field like this, now here comes Daniel Martinez. Gavin Hibbs has also joined the party up on the top lane. So lots of opportunity here, as Chad Frankenfield thought about moving up to the top in front of Gavin Hibbs. Ultimately decided better than to make some contact there with the 95 car.
Yeah, I think still Hibbs may have gotten a piece of the wall in the process of that, but carrying on is the 95 of Gavin Hibbs, currently running in that 10th position.
This is the battle, right? We've seen Tyler Fody now backing up these corners, backing up the field just a little bit. Jonathan Cutlip by him, so too Daniel Martinez. Martinez is up into 6th. Garrison Hogan has pulled into 5th spot here. A lot of shuffling in this portion of the field. All these guys, as Blake Reynolds now chooses to jump to the top and try to go around Tyler Fody. This group specifically has really shifted quite a bit here on this run. Just about everybody has been shuffling spots, trying to figure out what they want to do on this long green flag run.
Yeah, another counterpart to real life is those wanting to make the moves kind of going up to the high side. You see the outside line at Charlotte really tends to be the line that this car enjoys the most. I remember Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson battling for the win here back in 22, and both of them were just ripping the top like you would see at Kansas, which was not what you were used to seeing around here, but this really seems to be the place you want to be if you're trying to make passes here at Charlotte.
My experience with Charlotte is back in 2007 when I was at the Coke 600 that I believe you tossed him out. Casey Mears won that race. Those guys were glued to the bottom with those high horsepower Gen 4 cars. Very rare did you see people move into the top lane, and ultimately it almost functioned like this car has on iRacing. But what we're seeing is guys moving forward, utilizing that top lane at the detriment of their potential long run pace. And then they jump to the bottom, they try to save the tires again, and it kind of cycles you forward, cycles you back, cycles you forward. And it's something that we'll definitely keep our eye on as we roll through lap 60 right here. But it's the fun and games, the chess match of racing in general is, how do you keep the car underneath you over the course of a long run? How do you hold off and get an edge on your competition? It's all a big part of it. As RC Anderson is in a big fray here, Chad Frankenfield, Corey Abbott, Justin Wadsworth, Josh Adams is in this group. Clearing this group is Justin Fortner. That's the first time we've mentioned his name since the grid. Fortner in that 26 car has rocketed to 11th spot. Another guy who's starting to move forward here in this middle part of the race. Getting past now. As soon as I said his name, Ethan Stanley, RC Anderson to the top of the track and around Justin Fortner. I'm wondering if there's some damage on Tyler Fode's car. Did we ever see him hit the wall or anything? That car has fallen back in a hurry.
I don't remember, but yeah, this seems a bit crazy, because there's tire saving and then there's this. And you wouldn't really expect Tyler Fode to fall back this much on tire saving, because someone of Fode's caliber you'd think would be able to tire save and still keep a good pace and still stay at least in the top 10. So seeing everyone kind of freight train him around the outside, it's crazy, especially with still so much time before the end of the stage too.
You mentioned the stage. I had a thought. What if Fode is trying to fuel save? Trying to get to the end of the stage without pitting. I wonder if maybe that's the call for Tyler Fode here. He's backing up his corners. He's not being very aggressive on the throttle. That either is damage, right? Engine damage or fender damage, hindering the handling of the race car, or it's intentional fuel saving where Tyler Fode's trying to pick up a stage win any way he can, and it's at the cost of his track position early in this race, but he's got, like we've mentioned several times, he's got a lot of time to get that back, and I certainly would trust Tyler Fode to grab that track position back later in the race. But for him right now, he's already got a win this season. It's all about getting as many points as he can, trying to get back into that fight for the regular season championship. And right here, it doesn't look like the car is damaged or anything, so I'm electing to believe that he is attempting to make it to the end of the stage on fuel.
Yeah, good point, Dave. I'm gonna say I think that's probably the case here.
And if that is the case, go ahead.
Change for third. Ethan Burrell around Matthew Weeks, Blake Reynolds going around Garrison Hogan. Go ahead, Zach.
I was just going to say, we know racers are a little bit of a copycat bunch. If that is the case for Tyler Fode, how quickly does that word start to spread through the field and we start seeing some other guys follow suit?
I'm a little bit, the guys I would expect to be saving fuel, if there was some kind of question that you couldn't make it to the end of the stage on this tank of fuel, the guys I would expect to be saving are those other Lake Norman teammates of Tyler Fode's, right? Ethan Stanley, Ryan Gable, Scott Crump, who's leading the race and has dominated the race from the middle part here. none of those guys seem to be, falling back at all in the same regard as Tyler Fode. That's maybe the one thing that gives me pause to this whole thought process, but he's also up in the top lane now, so I don't know, maybe he was just saving the tire.
And the thing is, too, is that, obviously this point may be a little outdated with how hard he's starting to push now, but we don't know how much it would have taken to save to get to the end of the stage. So it might have been something that Fode noticed early on and went into a bit of a hardcore fuel save. And by the time anyone else is catching on, it might be completely too late. Now we see him starting to pick up the pace again. So maybe we were completely off base. Maybe he was looking at the fuel mileage and go, nah, I'm not going to be able to make this work. So he's just cutting his losses and getting back to the front again. So, who knows?
I was about to say, these are a lot of words to say. We really don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we don't know what we're talking about here.
The only one who does is Tyler Fode, and I tend to trust the winningest driver in this league. I know he knows what he's doing out here. I don't, unless there's some sort of problem with the car, which is what I was trying to identify in the first place. It seems to be calculated, moving further back in the field, giving up track position, and working your way back to the front. However, the strategy may fall, whether that's staying out really, really long, longer than everybody else, utilizing that overcut that James mentioned earlier in the show to try and gain that track position back. That's certainly a possibility. To trying to save the tires just to an extreme amount where you're really, really fast late in the run. Another possibility for Tyler Fode. And then obviously the fuel saving potential. So we're going to keep our eye on this car. It's certainly one of the favorites, which is why we've spent so much time debating the potentials of why it's falling backwards. But the case is that he is back in the field, and up front, the fight is going to be for about the 7th spot, 8th spot on the grid. It is Jonathan Cutlip and Ethan Stanley. That fight is no longer a fight. Ethan Stanley blows around Jonathan Cutlip, and up next is Gavin Hibbs, but Hibbs has reeled in Matthew Weeks. I think Weeks is paying the price for utilizing that outside line to jump up into second early in the run, because he has fallen to 6th on the grid, dropped behind Ethan Burrell, Blake Reynolds, and Garrison Hogan, and Gavin Hibbs is up next on driver 11.
Yeah, but if Weeks can still at least keep it top 10, top 15, that's going to be a huge gain compared to where he started. So yeah, he's starting to feel the effects of all that pushing, but unless the tire...
Justin Fortner, hang on to it! I don't think this is going to bring out caution, but Justin Fortner has spun here in the tri-oval area. There was a little bit of contact from the rear.
Oh, now we got that caution.
Yeah, it was Gavin Higgins, I believe, that's going to get into the rear of Justin Fortner. And right there. I think Fortner was going to be okay, and he tried to pull back onto the track, and when he did that, the yellow flew right there when that car was out on the track with cars coming at full song.
Oh, right there,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's awkward because he was in a spot where I don't believe that any problems would have befell the drivers at full speed.
Yeah. That was definitely not an unsafe rejoin by any means, but it was just slow enough with the cars coming that the iRacing system threw the yellow flag.
That's tough.
Very frustrating, but it's frustrating in the sense that it's one of those situations that we had gotten into a long green flag run, and you hate to see that. If the caution was going to come out while he was spinning, it's one thing. For it to happen after the incident's already over is where a lot of guys are going to grumble about it. But that's the nature of the beast when you're using the automated system. So here we are, green or yellow flag pit stops here. Everybody's got to reset. We'll try it again, and definitely everybody will be able to make it to the end of the stage from here.
And now you start looking ahead, right, to that second stage. How many laps can you run on that tank? Obviously, at some point, we're going to get a long green flag run in this race. I don't believe that's even a question. So as we check the race off pit road, Chris Wright, the driver who makes the strategy call. I don't know if it was 2 tires or no tires, but Chris Wright will now have the race lead once again, and not surprising in the slightest.
Nope.
Let's go ahead and head to commercial, and we'll come back and talk about it.
To win the blue egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with blue egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Fueling big to win big. Blue egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, ooh, big. To win big, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with blue egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, win big.
And welcome back to the World 600. 1 to green. No tally there on the incident between Fortner and Higgins. With our new structured system, which I think we can get into here a little bit after this restart. Even though there was some contact between Higgins and Fortner, ultimately no tally given. I think that might be the right call. We'll get into the discussion of the potential of this new system and how the race control guys are making the new calls, but feels like a pretty smart move. We also lost Josh Personette to connection loss. Call it an engine failure, as it were. But the driver of the 18 is now in last and in the garage. Pace car is in. Scott Crump, David Tooker leading us down to the green. Crump waits till late in the zone, and Blake Reynolds gets into David Tooker. Tooker's going to be in the wall in the front straightaway. There's going to be a big wreck here.
Oh, man.
Gilberto got a piece of it. A lot of drivers going to be involved in this one.
Oh, the humanity.
I think Gavin Hibbs got a piece of this. He did. Trey Holmes is around. Nick Massey is around. Seth Rawls spun in this. Paul Mikolajczyk's got some damage. Blake Reynolds got a much better start than David Tooker right here, and I can't tell. Is there wheel spin?
Yeah, I think he spun the tires a little bit because it looked like there was a bit of a shake from the rear end before Blake made contact.
Rear end cuts to the right, and there goes David Tooker. Multiple time winner of this race. Obviously, the graphics package still tough on the 10 car wreck, still tough on the graphics package here, but trying to get a... Just remember, if you were wondering about what happened in this wreck, there will be a very detailed breakdown about what happened in this wreck on Quick Shifts.
Oh my goodness, this will be 5 minutes on Quick Shifts.
Tate Lytle was spun in this. Paul Mikolajczyk jumped over somebody. Jesse Racimus stopped in this. Daniel Martinez has some damage. Mikolajczyk's car bunny hopped with like some netcode through the David Tooker car, and that spun out a couple of different cars. Nick Massey dodging the Mikolajczyk car. Trey Holmes and Tate Lytle made contact. I think the heaviest damage was Tooker and Mikolajczyk. Maybe Trey Holmes and Hibbs also got some additional contact as well. For the most part, I think the field made it through fairly unscathed, but there are going to be some guys with enough damage to really hamper their night here.
Yeah, that's a. Go on,
If I
Zach.
heard correctly from race control, well, I'm sure we'll get the information on the screen here shortly, but I believe I heard the tally going to the 19 car for that one.
That would indicate wheel spin. Obviously, you can hear it. And there you go. Tally does go to David Hooker. You can hear the wheel spin on board. I'm sure William White's utilized that feature to deduce the cause of the yellow. And I'll lead that to you, Zach. We got this slightly adjusted tally system after the incidents last week. Can you take our viewers through how the race control is going to change, and then what are your thoughts on the new system as a whole?
I'll try to succinct this since we are 1 to green here, but definitely a little bit of a different look as far as penalties from tally accumulation moving forward. Well, I'll start with the playoffs. I think overall the philosophy is to maybe, in response to that, not necessarily feel the need to put a tally on every incident, make it very clear that there was somebody at fault if you are going to assign a tally. In this case, certainly they feel like the wheel spin was the leading culprit for that incident there. And maybe why we saw a little more leniency with, say, the Justin Fortner, Gavin Higgins incident for our second caution. We'll see how this plays out moving forward. I think the biggest thing we want to see is more green flag racing, less talking about the wrong kind of drama here in the Elite Cup Series, and really across the board here in elite racing leagues.
I'm with you on that. Had plenty of time discussing the outcomes of penalties and what should have been and shouldn't have been a yellow and intentional wrecking and all that stuff. I hope we can put that behind us here, and after a sizable incident has taken out a number of competitors, we'll rack them back up, start again here. Scott Crump back into the restart zone. He gets going again with a really good jump. Ethan Burrell does not spin the tires on that outside lane, and everybody gets through okay here. Heads down into turn 1 side by side. New players at the front into the top 10. RC Anderson, Josh Adams have arrived into this top 10. That's, I think, going to be an interesting story as things cycle forward. Everybody that dodged that wreck, a little bit of a new lease on life here.
Oh, definitely shuffles the deck up front here. You got some guys that now have some track position they've been fighting for this whole race, and some other guys that were probably feeling pretty good about their chances, and now they're having to dig themselves out of a hole. So we'll see here as we draw in on the end of this first stage how it plays out.
Yep. Still haven't gotten there yet. 19 more laps to the end of stage 1. Obviously, we're hoping for a clean and green stage 2. Right now, the intensity has ratcheted up just a notch as 2x2 from 5th on back right here. Chad Frankenfield and Matthew Weeks side by side for that spot. Those points on the line, a lot of these guys, and we haven't touched on the pylon yet, but a lot of these guys are hunting for some big time points today to really lock up their playoff spot, with next week being the cutoff race for the playoffs. Zach, why don't you take us through the pylon colors and what all those mean for our viewers at home?
So green are drivers who have won races and are currently in the playoff field. Yellow drivers are above the playoff cut line in terms of points as we entered the race this evening. Does not update in real time, but those are the guys who were above the cut line as we entered tonight's festivities. Red drivers are those still with a shot of partaking in the playoffs, but need to either pick up points or get a win or something of that description to get their way into the field. And the blue drivers are either mathematically out of the running or simply just haven't run enough races to really be a factor in the playoff conversation.
Perfectly put. battle for the lead while you were rolling through that. Green driver Ethan Burrell already won a race this season at Michigan, takes the lead over from Scott Crump, who is a guy who could definitely use this stage win and max points in stage 1. He obviously led all the laps early in this event, but is unable right now to keep the lead. Right now it's Ethan Burrell with that preferred outside lane. Crump's fighting back on the bottom, trying to stay in control of this race, but it's going to be the driver of the 37, that Pro Edge Toyota, taking over the lead from Scott Crump on the outside. Oh, contact almost between Josh Adams and Chad Frankenfield. They're 3 wide in the top 10. Weeks to the inside of Frankenfield. Wadsworth to the outside. They sort things out. That could have been a big moment. Frankenfield lost 2 or 3 spots, but ultimately will remain in the points.
I will say the voice chat is lighting up right now. No tempers or anything like that, but definitely a lot of guys fighting for control right now. Definitely whatever is going on at the moment, whether it's just a little more aggressive racing or just a little more handling, we're seeing a lot of guys really, really fighting the car right now.
We are in that transition period between day and night. The sun has started to set, shade overtaking a lot of the track. But there's still a lot of sun as it starts to beat down on the corners of these guys. And we're seeing some heavier racing as well, a little bit more pushing here in this portion of the race, because you have to position yourself for the long run, but you also have to position yourself for the stage points. And that's really the battle that's going on right now in the middle part of the top 10. Matthew Weeks is trying to position himself and his 2 full distance wins for the second run here. Leighton Norgard wants some stage points. He's way on the outside looking in, really needs to get back into it. Michael Hosak trying to get in here and get some stage points as well. So those guys pushing a little bit harder right now than a guy like Matthew Weeks, who understands the long-term nature of this race. I want to point out as well, after you mentioned the situation, the scenarios, you've got guys like Tate Lytle, who is currently in the playoff bubble. Gavin Hibbs currently in the playoff bubble. David Tooker is currently in. All 3 of those guys are going to have a rough night here. Hibbs is 10 laps down. The damage must have been pretty severe on the 95 car, and then Tate Lytle has disconnected from the server.
Yeah, we saw him bring it down pit road a lap or 2 ago. He was well off the pace in that 56 car, so clearly this is one of those races, as long as it is and as fast as much of a discrepancy as there was in speed, that was not going to be conducive to a good night for him to try and limp around for another 3-4 hours. So making the decision to park that 56 car, as we see him 3 wide here.
Oh.
Jesse got the wall. He's trying to stay out of the way of this big pack of cars. Is Jesse Racimus in the 70? He's got big time right front damage. Trying to stay out of the way. Up front of this group is David Tooker, who just went another lap down. So these lapped cars with damage who tried to pit, are trying to get out of the way here as the pace is really picked up by these cars. And you can just see how much damage has occurred to that 19 car. It was a lead car for the first portion of this race, and he is now a lap down big time. He's trying to get out of the way.
Oh, yeah. I think he's able to get mowed down.
Tooker, an evasive move to the apron. Josh Adams, I'm sure, not super pleased with Tooker on that one.
A heck of a job by Tooker, though. Once you saw the car going onto the apron, you had severe fear that he was going to slide back up into the racing line, especially with how much damage he had. But awesome job to get it woe down and keep it on the apron and avoid causing a huge calamity.
I think if I'm on the lead lap right there, I just want him to hold his line. I don't want him to make the aggressive move to the apron. But I also respect him trying to get out of the way, right? You don't want to affect the race. Jesse hit the wall trying to be out of the way, but it's really tight here at Charlotte. There's only so much space on this racetrack.
Speaking of tight, the battle for the lead right here.
Yeah, battle for the lead and battle for third have both heated up dramatically in the last couple of laps. Scott Crump has reeled Ethan Burrell in and is hunting him down. Garrison Hogan and Blake Reynolds are working against Ethan Stanley in that second group. So we don't have the multi-screen, but we need it right now. This battle for fifth, really good. Battle for the lead, really good.
I feel like I'm going cross-eyed trying to keep an eye on both fights at once.
Scott Crump working to the inside of Ethan Burrell for this race lead. And as these guys battle for this stage win, what that's going to do is let this big pack reel them right in. This big gap they have, it's going to go away in a hurry.
Oh, door to door here for the lead between Crump and Burrell. I think Burrell's got to have the edge, but man, Crump is able to just stay right there and kind of stay with him with that side draft so far.
Crump dives it into turn 3, slides up in front of Ethan Burrell. Here comes Burrell with the crossover coming off of turn 4. 5 laps to go in the stage. This racing is definitely narrowing that gap back to those two Channel 199 Toyotas. Hogan is now 0.6 of a second behind and gaining rapidly on the battle for the lead. Still side by side through turn 3. Hogan trying to get a big run up top. Crump's got that run coming off of turn 4. Does he clear past Ethan Burrell at the start-finish line? He does not. Burrell able to hold strong on the bottom right here, but this side-by-side battle is going to open up the door for this to be a 5-car battle for the stage win.
So now they're there, but where do you go? These guys still running side by side. Do you try and go up to the 3 wide, or where do you go?
They go to the top. Ethan Burrell jumped up there to try and close that run off for Garrison Hogan. That opens the door for Blake Reynolds on the bottom of the racetrack. If there's anybody who can dive it into the corners when he needs to, it seems to be that 66 car. He dives it in, gets all the way alongside Scott Crump for the race lead.
I think Garrison wanted to make it 3 wide there.
Big dive by Blake Reynolds. Slides up in front of Scott Crump. Crump with the crossover here on the front straightaway. You'd think this was the race for the win.
No, we still got 2 laps to go, and this is just stage 1.
Yeah.
Reynolds preferred top lane. Crump to the middle. Hogan tries to jump to the bottom 3 wide. That just forces Crump up the racetrack, and it will give this race lead to Blake Reynolds coming down to the last lap in the stage.
Here we go, 1 more lap to see who's got to pick up this first stage win. Right now, Blake Reynolds has been able to get himself out front. We'll see if Scott Crump or anybody else in this group has anything for him.
Blake Reynolds seemed to be biding his time, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. He found it when Scott Crump and Ethan Burrell started racing side by side. He pounced, drove to the bottom, got around Scott Crump with a big slide job. Crump dives it in against him, but it won't be enough. Blake Reynolds is going to come off turn 4 and win stage 1 of the World 600. We've still got 2 more of those and then a race win to give out. Crump 2nd, Hogan 3rd, Burrell 4th, Stanley 5th for the points. It's Justin Wadsworth and Josh Adams picking up good stage points. Leighton Norgard, Gavin Higgins, and R.C. Anderson will be your top 10, all earning stage points in this one.
Now, the real question is, how does the rest of this stint go for our top 5, given how absolutely hard they were pushing for this stage win?
That is a fantastic point.
I feel like those that kind of jumped onto the scene late, like Blake, Hogan, Stanley, will be in a better position. But given how hard Crump and Burrell were fighting right from the green flag, I think they're going to start feeling the effects of it here in another 15 laps or so.
Yeah, I think...
And still fighting. Oh! Still fighting! Oh, man.
Hang on.
Holy side draft, Batman.
That almost stopped Scott Crump's car dead on the front straightaway. Garrison Hogan drives into that 2nd spot. You've got a side-by-side battle for 3rd there between Burrell and Crump once again. Crump's getting kind of freight trained here on the outside lane. He's on the bottom of the track. These guys keep jumping up to the top on him.
Yeah, I think if I was Scott, I'd try to start really hardcore trying to save and cool those tires down.
Mm-hmm. This is a really interesting scenario because behind Matthew Weeks in 12th there is a massive gap back to Brandon Wilkinson in 13th. It's almost double the distance. And then you've got 3 cars, Wilkinson, Hosack, Vandermarl, and you've got another second and a half back to Tyler Fode. So this group has really turned on the Jets, but I do wonder if they're not going to pay the price if this thing stays green.
Oh,
Yeah.
I believe that was Leighton Norgard that got a piece of the wall out of turn 2 that time.
Little piece, little kiss. Everybody staying green.
And now the concern here for these guys, especially if, you not only have you used up your tire, but now you're kind of getting swallowed up by these guys that have saved and weren't in contention for that stage win. You're probably fighting an ill-handling race car while also trying to defend these positions. And you can tell it's getting really congested in this 3rd through 8th area at the moment.
Yeah, if this race continues to go green, those in that second pack might be in the catbird seat here.
Oh.
Knock on wood.
God, Crump is doing absolutely everything he can to make sure that's not true. That 90 car has kind of fallen back, fought forward here. He's back up to that 3rd spot, but for whatever reason, he just cannot get around Ethan Burrell on the bottom of the racetrack. But yeah, I'm very curious to see if that second pack starts to make some big time headway on this front pack. Right now, they're still losing time. Tyler Fode running 31 flats. Blake Reynolds ran at 30.8 last time through. So no real gains by that second group just yet. But the other factor is that, you have to make at least one more pit stop before the stage, possibly 2. If you can maybe cut that down by, again, saving fuel and make only 1 pit stop before the next stage, that'd put you in a really good spot to pick up those points. They're about to go 3 wide here.
Oh, Lord.
Cutlip, Wadsworth, Stanley.
In turn 4. I did not catch who it was. There was a checkup that started before it, and I think it may have led to the incident, but I did not see. That is Johnny Thomas, it looks like. So we'll see. So yeah, you can see they're 3 wide ahead of him, and there was some contact there between, I believe it was Dustin Dewar and Ray Bracey. That's got to stack everybody up. They save it, but as they get checked up here, it's just got accordion. Johnny Thomas has got to pay the price as he gets the contact there from behind from the 8 car of Harrison Talon.
Corey Abbott, a little piece of that as well. Well, that throws that strategy out the window. I'm sure these guys are going to probably come bolt 4 new tires on it. At some point, they're going to have to stop doing that. They only have 11 sets of tires. We've already taken 3 or 4.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, I tend to like to run these types of races backwards a little bit. I say that I think a lot, but I try to, plan out, all right, I need to take at least, 1 set of tires every 50 laps. Well, we've not hit 50 laps on 3 or 4 runs in a row now. So, you're kind of behind on your set of tires. Obviously, you're gonna need to not take tires here at some point. Now, for these leaders that were running so hard, this can't be that run.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a much more settled down run here, given how much time we have to the end of the next stage. In theory, they could very well prove me wrong here.
The race off pit road won by, looks like, Garrison Hogan. Blake Reynolds speed. Blake Reynolds sped on pit road.
Oh.
And if there's a race you want to do this and a time in a race that you want to speed on pit road, you never want to. This would be the race. You got 290 more laps, 289 more laps to get back to the front. You've got some damaged cars near the rear of the field. You're going to have guys topping off here trying to make it a little bit farther in the next run. Ultimately, Blake Reynolds is going to be hampered by this, but for how long? Probably not that long.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, we've seen him make some crazy charges up through the field in tracks that are also not the easiest to pass. So I'm not going to worry about him here for too long.
Josh Adams also took really long on his pit stop. Chris Wright again just drove through pit road and came down the second time. Chad Frankenfield also with a really long pit stop that time. So I think Adams and Frankenfield both might have had a little bit of damage on their cars, and they ultimately used this caution to fix them up. We're not one to green yet, are we?
They were.
All right, maybe they are. I see the lights on the pace car. Maybe they just decided to double up for us.
I don't know. It sounds like it got delayed because of somebody having an issue under caution.
Oh, I didn't see what it might have been. Let's see if we can get a look. Uh-oh, it's Paul Bunch of letters.
Yep, that'll do it every time.
Oh.
Right there. That's
Already had some damage on that 57 car. Now he's got a little bit more.
Poor Paul. That pit exit is sneaky tough. It always loves to just upset the car. Like, the amount of times I've either done that or almost done that in different cars here is staggering.
Yeah, there you can see him jump over the bumps and then slide up the track. That was not a good caution for Channel 199 racing there, because the Blake Reynolds picked up the speeding penalty. Paul Mikolajczyk picks up a little more front end damage after bouncing off of the pit road exit there. Ultimately, Garrison Hogan, though, makes out with the lead, so it wasn't all bad for that team. But Reynolds will start all the way in the back. You can see him there, the red car at the very, very rear of the field. That's Blake Reynolds, so he's going to have to claw his way through this entire field. By my count, he'll restart 32nd, 33rd right now. Someone's going to need to explain that one.
He's referring to the Constantina effect, which is, I'll wait until we go green,
right.
after we go green.
William White confusing the broadcasters up here as Garrison Hogan and Ethan Burrell bring us to the restart zone. There they go, Garrison Hogan on the loud pedal, help from Justin Wadsworth, last season's champion. And there was also some caution contact between Michael Goodman and Nick Massey. I didn't see that either. We might have to find it. Oh, loose. I think that's Carlos Acosta. It was indeed Carlos Acosta. Got loose coming out of turn 2. Made the save. Mikolajczyk gets a end of line penalty.
I believe in the words of the philosopher Kurt Busch, he was already there.
Oh, into the wall goes Trey Holmes coming off a turn 2. He managed to avoid any further contact, but will lose a spot to Brendan Wilkinson. Up front, it's Gavin Higgins making a move into the top 5. That is a rookie driver, probably the Rookie of the Year driver. I don't know that we kept our Rookie of the Year standings this year. We kept them the last couple of seasons. ultimately, it didn't seem like we had that many rookies. You know what? I take it back. Obviously, he's not Rookie of the Year because Blake Reynolds is an Elite Cup Series rookie. But Gavin Higgins has had a good season.
Yes, that is technically true, which is the best kind of true.
Yep. Not a rookie to iRacing per se, but a rookie to this series.
Like when Jimmy Johnson was Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah.
Or Kyle Larson. Or, yeah, we could go on and on with that.
Who won the Indy 500 today? That's the real question. I'm wondering when Chad will have the Elite Double run the Indy 500 in the morning or afternoon, and then
once didn't they move the 500 and the 600 to like a Saturday one year in Elite and run them both on the same day? I want to say that's a thing that's happened.
I think it is. I'm vaguely recalling it. I think it was a bit taxing on everybody, but much like it is in real life. But it's always cool when it happens. I do believe Kyle Larson has signed up to do it once again this year.
He has. It's the big announcement officially. Yes.
Oh, into the wall hard.
Yep.
You caught who it was. It was Dusty Dewar. It's right around Tyler Fode, Chad Frankenfield. They ultimately get away with it unscathed. Tyler Fode remains mired in the mid-pack here. Haven't done a lot of mid-pack racing myself. It's just not where you want to be. Tyler Fode often gets away with not being in the mid-pack. You know, it helps him get, we'll call it lucky, right? Better be lucky than good, but he's also very good. Often stays out of the trouble, out of the mire. He has not been able to do that today. He's been mired in the pack the whole race long. He's about to get bypassed by Blake Reynolds here shortly.
He sure is, and right now one guy in that pack that's on the move is Gerald Campbell as well. You see old Donald the Eagle going high and low trying to pick up some spots in that 00.
Now he's behind Dusty Dewar. Dewar's the car that had the trouble, bounced off the fence a couple of laps ago. In tow behind Donald the Eagle and Gerald Campbell is Brent Jones, coming off of a P10 qualifying run, up back into the top 20, trying to go around Ryan Gable right here. It's a good run for Brent Jones. I have to shout it out while we have him on the screen here, because that's a guy that's, you know, we'll get to Michael Goodman here after this as well while that car's still on the track, but Brent makes a fresh scheme.
That was. Wow.
What?
While that he's on track, are you implying he won't be later tonight?
Goodman?
That's what I'm saying.
You never know. He's already been in a caution. He's already been in a caution contact.
Goody, whatever happens, blame it on Dave.
Well, he already will.
Anyway, as you were saying, I'm sorry I so rudely interrupted you. Talk about how great
Wadded up. I know. Wadded up Brent Jones. He makes a fresh delivery every week. Does Brent Jones. Loves to bring a fresh scheme to the track. Brought a red, white, and blue one this week and put it in the top 10 in qualifying. Having a very good run so far in the top 20. Very eccentric driver.
Don't undersell that he has the Heartbeat of America Chevrolet slogan on that Toyota's Camry right now. I don't know. Maybe you're not old enough to get that reference, but
I'm not. I'm also unable to read his. I'm not looking directly at his car there to read the delivery of it. But also the humor.
Yes, that's Brent Jones's personality in a nutshell, right there.
Yep. As contrarian as possible. Put the Chevy logo and slogan on the Toyota. Now, if we can go get him, because I wanted to shout out this car, and then Zach.
Michael Goodman got wrecked in 3 laps, according to David Westergreen.
He's already put it in. All right, Michael Goodman running the paint scheme that he ran for his very first start in this Elite Belly Up Sports Cup Series. He ran the number 73, so he is running 73 for this race. To this point, obviously, with the caution contact, hasn't quite had a good run with it yet, but we're hoping that obviously he stays on track the whole race. But I did want to shout him out while he was still on track, just in case anything happened. But Michael's having a good run right now. He's got it somewhat clean. I want to say in the top 30. He's actually 33rd.
And congratulations to Michael Goodman on that milestone 200 starts out of the 208. This is race 208 for the Belly Up Sports Cup Series. We celebrated the 200th race as a series in our second race of the season at Michigan? No, Kentucky. Kentucky, yes. So, yeah, Goody's been at most of them.
Yep. That's awesome. I love having that kind of longevity. We also had Chad Frankenfield run his 200th start. But Chad's the league owner. So he's been at a lot of these, obviously, and to have a guy in the league around as long as Goody, it's very special. And you know, he's that's why we're giving him the dedicated screen time here early in this race, because he deserves it. He doesn't always get the big screen time, but very friendly guy, a very lovable guy, and someone that we really respect having around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single person out there that doesn't love Goody. Sorry for cutting you off. Sorry.
No. Oh, good. We were saying the same thing. Everybody loves Goody.
Yep. Goody blinking, and he gives up a spot to Carlos Acosta there in the 0-2. Also in a special livery tonight. A little TV time for the rear of the field here in the middle of stage 2, and we'll flash back to the front. Scott Crum and Gavin Higgins have pulled away by half second on Garrison Hogan. There's another half second there back to Ethan Stanley and Jonathan Cutlip. I find that it's kind of similar to how we've seen a couple of these stages, right? Scott Crump jumps out with the lead. He's got somebody behind him. In this case, it's Gavin Higgins. It was David Tucker early in the race. And then they get reeled in by whoever's in second. And right when that second group has gotten there, that's when the caution flag has come out every time. So I envision the reeling in will begin soon, and then we'll get another yellow flag, because that's just how it's been the whole way here. What lap did they come down pit road this last time? Was it 110?
It was 110. 110.
So, I'm doing some math, Zach. I'm going to use the
I told there
engineer.
would be no math.
I'm going to use the old engineer mind and try and do it in my head.
Carry to one.
And we don't know how many laps they can run, but I'm assuming around 60. That's
We haven't found out for sure yet, but the number I heard
right.
around 60.
So I'm assuming 60. That means that these guys are going to have to pit for the end of the stage, which means that we are coming up on, in 10 laps, the window to the stage.
So Tate Lytle says in the YouTube chat, 68 to 70.
Hey, that's a guy that would know.
Still, he would know better than all of us would.
The real question is, can you save 10 laps of fuel? Probably not, right?
No. Also, I think we need to call out Tate Lytle here, because imagine saying 68 to 70 instead of saying about 69.
A missed opportunity for sure.
Not very nice by Tate Lytle.
I think I think there's something to trying to save the fuel here and trying to make this stage open as long as possible here, because you have to be able to do a lot in the car in order to save enough fuel to make it to the end here. But even just getting that overcut, I think, is very valuable.
Well, the thing to remember, too, especially since we don't have the yellows for the stages here, right? Yes, it'd be great to get that undercut and maybe get some track position and steal some of those stage points, but, man, we're not even halfway through this race. You've got to think big picture. You've got to, I think, drive it as long as your tires will allow and that fuel tank will allow, and try to shorten, like you say, work backwards, shorten up your runs at the end of the race, put yourself in the best position strategy-wise when we get to that final stage, in case we do have a really long green flag run here.
It feels like one is coming down the pipe at some point. Could be now, could be in the future, because we've gotten to this point feeling good, feeling like the race is going to go green, and then, yellow flag comes out. Ethan Stanley again dropping back here. That's another Lake Norman car dropping back in the middle of the run. We've seen that a couple of times today. Tyler Fode still hasn't recovered from it. I'm beginning to think there's damage to Tyler Fode's car.
Yeah, because this is just a very un-Tyler Fode-like performance, really. So something's got to be going on. Unless he's playing the real long game.
No, they look pretty normal.
I can tell he's shifting, but I'm sure everybody's doing that.
2/10 off the race lead right now. But that's mired in traffic. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Change for second. Up front, Garrison Hogan did go around Gavin Higgins. And we'll jump on board. I think that was Scott Crump, the race leader.
That was Scott Crump, yes.
I'll say, let's take a ride. Take a ride to Scott Crump. I'm good with that. Clean track out in front. See what Scott's doing compared to Tyler Fode's. Obviously, you can see the lap time a little bit quicker right now for Scott Crump out in that clean air.
And clean air is king, as we know, and here we'll see him go off into turns 1 and 2. That's where I'd be sitting if I were at this race in real life. That shade underneath the condos, underrated. Cannot recommend it enough if you go to the 600 in real life.
Yeah. It's a good spot. I think I was right about there in the stands coming off turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was at this race, saw Jeff Gordon go flying in the air on the front straightaway. That was pretty cool. But it was down a ways.
Oh.
Of course, I was here before that big screen on the back straightaway, too. I have not seen that one in real life yet.
I have not been here, so I have no stories to add.
The first time I went to the 600, I watched Kyle Larson stink up the show.
2021? 2020?
I believe that was 21.
21. Yep. Pre-next gen car. Man,
Yes. Yes, it was.
So they were running about 400 horsepower, right?
Something like that. Something like
Yeah.
that.
That was an interesting scenario there, where they were doing that, cutting the horsepower at a track like this, where I think horsepower makes this race infinitely more accessible.
And I think we've seen that even in this virtual replication of the event. The ability to go out and kind of choose your destiny, if you will. Do you want to save the tires, use up the... Oh, we've got trouble on the back stretch! I think they kept it straight, but Chad Frankenfield was incredibly out of shape. I believe made contact with Michael Hosak. I'm not entirely sure what all happened there. I kind of caught out of the corner of my eye. There we go. We'll get another look at it here. I think it started... Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hosak, yep.
Yeah, I'm not. It looked like maybe the 22 got out of shape, and then Chad was having to kind of make an evasive maneuver. I'm not sure entirely, and and there he just kind of he moves to the right, but Hosak's there.
And look, Tyler Fode is right behind this incident. And when we've been talking about how you don't want to be in this set of the pack, that's exactly why. And obviously Fode gets away with it here, but you'd much prefer to be close to the front. Adams backed up.
Yeah, Adams was either out of shape or something and backed up. And here, I think Chad was going to make the move to the right, but the gap closed before he could do so. Not to mention he had also lifted to avoid getting into the 22, and tough break there for probably the 24 gets the worst end of that deal.
Or the 15 with that right front hitting the wall. That might be fairly significant damage for both of those cars.
Well, it hasn't slowed down to 15. Right now he is chased back down to 22, and he's trying. Well, I say that, and then right in front of him, Justin Fortner almost makes some contact, so that kind of stacked up the bottom. But a little bit of a hip check there to Dustin Dewar.
There's still. Oh, Chad! Oh no! That's not gonna do it.
No, that was no good.
Yep, big no bueno on that one.
They're still wrecking there coming off a turn 2. We felt it coming too. I felt it in my bones. There's big storms out there right now, so hopefully everybody's got an eye on that as well. But yeah, you just
a little bit of net code. I will say a little bit of net code, but man,
you can't make that move right there. I don't think. Not for 25th.
20th on lap 147, 148. I have to be, I got lots of rave reviews for Sassy Zach coming out talking about the 15 car last week. I'm not gonna go that aggressive with it. It wasn't that, but it probably a little bit ambitious there.
That's a teammate. That's a teammate too. Like that, those guys are both Little Eagle Racing.
Well, there is that.
I don't know, man. All three of us have operated on the same team at various points, and I don't know, man. When we're on the same team, I'm certainly not throwing it in that like that.
I wrecked James as a teammate once in an IndyCar race, but anyway, let's.
But that's okay. You're supposed to wreck James. Yes. Let's go ahead and go to break while these guys are on pit road. We will come back. Hopefully, the graphics will be updated. Let's see if we can get that done.
Since 2010, race fans have had one burning question. When will the Xfinity Series return to Worldwide Technology Raceway? You asked, NASCAR delivered. On Saturday, September 6, 2025, the magic is back. The track that launched the legendary careers of Harvick, Busch, Keselowski, Edwards, and Earnhardt Jr. is now ready to write that next chapter. We're going to introduce you to a new crop of future champions and Hall of Famers. And in the process, we'll create more of the greatest moments in racing history. NASCAR Weekend 2025, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Playoffs, the Confluence Music Festival, and now 250 miles of the NASCAR Xfinity Series. 2 incredible races, 1 challenging track, a 3-day party of epic proportions. Go to www.raceway.com and lock in your weekend racing and camping packages for as little as $20 down.
Zach. Welcome back to the World 600 for the Belly Up Sports Cup Series. Some news and notes. Blake Reynolds has stayed out on the racetrack. He did not pit under the last caution flag. Dustin Dewar has parked the 32 car after some of that damage. No tally between Justin Fortner and Chad Frankenfield there. And then also parking at Gilberto Javier Gomera and David Hooker have ended their nights for this World 600. So that'll catch things back up. We are 1 to green. Reynolds, Scott Crump will be on the front row. You guys might want to check. I do believe Crump cut lip on back. Everybody's got 4 fresh tires. Is that true?
That certainly would appear to be the case based on the pit stop times I am seeing.
Let's see what Blake Reynolds has with 25 lap tires. Green flag about to come back out. Reynolds heading towards the restart zone with control of this race, and he gets the restart zone gets on the loud pedal and brings Jonathan Cutlip forward with him. Scott Crump trying to hold strong on the outside lane. Garrison Hogan drops in line behind Cutlip on the bottom of the track, but I don't know if I want to be stuck in behind that 66 car coming off the corner. Once these guys get going, it's going to be hard to get around him. Reynolds moves up in front of Scott Crump. Oh, big crash. Caleb McHumor. I noticed, Dave, there were no blinks there. It must have worked. McHumor, I think that's Corey Abbott sitting there. Might be Carlos Acosta. Corey Abbott hit the wall.
Somebody found the limit there.
Carlos. Harrison Talon's going to get involved in this. Chad and Fody both avoid it.
Yeah, that was pretty nifty avoidance there by Chad Frankenfield. I'll throw him a bone. I'll throw him a bone here.
Gotta praise him when he does something well there, and that was good wreck avoidance for sure. Oh man, very close to being involved in the wreck, but he did get there.
He got there.
Further back, Daniel Martinez and Nick Massey checking up for this wreck. Martinez got on the binders and wound up in the wall as well. Looks like it was only those 3 cars. So as we pace here, Dusty to our left. Dusty, if you can hear me, hop back in the infield care center. We can bring you up here at some point. Instead of talking to Dusty, why don't we just talk to William White and ask him about his call for the contact between Chad Frankenfield and Justin Fortner, and just see if we can get an explanation on it. So, William, why don't you take us through your process on that caution call between the 15 and the 26 a couple laps ago?
That one was very, very tricky. Yes, no, I absolutely do. It was tricky. Because the way I see it, Fortner gets very, very tight in the middle of the corner, and Chad sees that as an opportunity to take the inside, which is fair enough. But Fortner then, whether it's to protect his position or to just get his car back in the line that he wants it to, or it's coming back down. By which point Chad's committed to the line. There is scope to say it's not the smartest thing to stick your nose in there. You could argue it's a gap that's always going to close. So I took a careful look at exactly when Chad's there in regards to when spotter calls would have been made and whatnot. I reckon he just about had... I don't know if the right is the correct word, but I think he was there enough, I think, to warrant a bit of room. Fortner is still coming down, but there is a good bit of netcode between them. So I can't establish a definitive fault on really either of them. So hence the no call for the incident between Chad and Justin.
Gotcha. And has that changed anything for you? Has the new rule set changed anything for you on, especially like on an incident like that one, where there's a little bit of fault going around? Was that something you were able to take into account, or was this just, I don't know what's going on, so we'll call it a racing deal type of thing?
I think those types of incidents do happen, but I wouldn't classify that as one of them. The way I try and enforce tallies, I'm quite harsh for the sake of there being less room for inconsistency, and let's not make it a secret, the league has struggled for race car recently, so I'm being a bit harsh, just so that there's no... Because they're racing drivers, you give them an inch, they'll take 10 miles, so that's my philosophy with that. So, but at the same time, I'm not seeking out fault, I'm not trying to extract fault from anyone. If I see... there are variables that go into what makes an incident happen. Cars coming high, low, getting loose, whatever. Whatever may happen. If I find that one car is solely responsible for the variables that caused the incident to happen, that is when tallies are issued. That's when penalties are assessed, if you're solely responsible. If there's factors that go both ways, like in this case where, Chad might stick his nose in, but also Fortner's coming a bit down, then you also had the netcode involved. That's where you see racing deals coming in. But equally, you could also just have incidents like we saw, especially last night, ARCA race with the new ARCA car really struggling for netcode, where cars are just nowhere near each other. That's a case of just iRacing being buggy or whatever, that's another case we see a no telly or a racing deal. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate the time, William. Head back in. Thanks for doing race control for us tonight, and good luck the rest of the way, buddy.
Appreciate you. Cheers.
Cheers to you. And as we've gotten back going, it's already been a bit chaotic. Blake Reynolds on the old tires as he had on the last restart has fallen back to third. Jonathan Cutlip to the race lead for the first time today. Scott Crump up to second. You've got Garrison Hogan rolling third. Justin Wadsworth's going to clear by Reynolds for fourth. Reynolds obviously hoping for this run to go about 10, 15, maybe 20 laps and then get a caution so we can come down and strap 4 new tires on it.
Apparently, Ryan Scholl dropped from the race due to a power outage because of the storms.
Yeah, and please, if you're on the track or watching at home, keep an eye on the storms today. It's really bad in a lot of different places. Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio also, but I think southern Indiana and then eastern Ohio. So keep an eye on it. It's a lot more important than sim racing is staying safe in the weather and with regard to tornadoes and stuff, which is going on today. Blake Reynolds is suffering right now, but he's going to gain a set of tires on the field, and that's something that I said earlier that I think you're going to have to do at some point. And that the opportunity that Blake Reynolds is going to give himself later in this race is he'll be able to strap on a set of tires when no one else will be able to. And that I think could be really valuable late in the race.
It could, but it would predicate a lot of things kind of going right with enough cautions to have everyone use up their tires, but also enough green flag runs for everyone to need to use up their tires, and the caution would come out with enough to move up through the field and have a built-in advantage. So a lot of things need to go right, so I'm not too high on this strategy of his right now. Obviously, I could be very, very wrong, so we'll see how everything plays out.
Well, the question will be how much that tire count end up limiting these guys. Obviously, one set of tires every 50 laps is pretty reasonable for a race this long. If it goes green for any stretch, you won't need that, but I do believe these guys all across the board are going to need to conserve at least one set of tires because they've been under 50 laps just about every pit stop. So, if you're not making that, every 50 laps marker, as Hogan really close to Gavin Higgins right here for that 5th spot. If you're not making that, you're going to end up in a spot where you need tires and you don't have them at your disposal. That could get tricky down the stretch as new names entering the top group here. Gavin Higgins obviously entered the top 5 or so last run. R.C. Anderson has entered the top 5 this. Justin Vandermarl has risen up into 7th spot. Gerald Campbell is in 8th. Leighton Norgard fighting alongside Ethan Stanley for the 9th spot. So several new names here into the top 10 in the middle section of the race, and we've got enough fuel to get to the end of the stage. At this point, it is a race for the stage here. I don't know that. We might have a caution, but I think these guys are going to be heading towards the end of stage 2 here on this set of tires.
We have lost Justin Fortner due to
That's another one. That's another one in the storms.
Yeah. Certainly, we absolutely, even as big as the 600 is here in Elite, personal safety has to be number one concern. So hopefully those guys are doing all right, and in all of that.
Too bad, but it does look like a pretty severe thunderstorm rolling through there in Indianapolis on my end. So hopefully it's just their connections getting dropped and nothing else this evening as we approach the end of stage 2. Car moving forward is Gerald Campbell. He's up into 6th, working alongside Gavin Higgins and trying to make a move to the outside of R.C. Anderson. He will. 3 wide for 6th. Gerald Campbell working the outside lane, flying up to the top 5.
I see what you did there.
I know, I had to. Got the eagle on the hood. And Campbell working that outside lane. Tires kind of not a concern right now for that 00 car. And Gerald very aggressive usually and exercising that right now, battling against Gavin Higgins for that spot. Everybody's chasing Scott Crump, though, and they have been for a majority of this race. A 90 car has been, dare I say, dominant in this one. He's been up at the front the whole night long. He did not win stage 1, however. That did go to Blake Reynolds. Crump's been very strong tonight. Garrison Hogan rolling in 2nd. Jonathan Cutlip riding 3rd. And then it's Wadsworth and Campbell battling for 4th now as Gerald Campbell continues his march to the front.
Yeah, I'd give some kudos to Scott, but knowing my penchant of cursing folk, I'm not going to say a single thing.
There was a time where I was cursing guys left and right with the broadcaster's curse, but I had to fight through it. Once I've done enough of these races that if they wreck after I said something about them, it happens all the time. So I might as well just assume it's part of it and we move on. But Gerald continuing to roll forward.
In the broadcast I did last night, I did 4 broadcasters curse in 1 race. Yeah, so I'm just not gonna. I get what you're saying, but yeah, I'm still not gonna say anything.
Crump, Gerald, Hogan. Hogan works to the top to try to maybe cut off the run of this 00 car. And Gavin Higgins clears by Jonathan Cutlip for that 4th spot. So those 2 Chevrolets continue to work towards the front together. Both of those guys, you'll note on the pylon on your screen there to the left, red numbers that indicates they are outside the playoff picture at the moment, but could get in with a couple of good runs here this week and then next week at Talladega.
Out of morbid curiosity, if we have the chance to maybe go on board, say, Garrison Hogan, I'm curious what our sunset looks like at the moment for these competitors.
On board we go with Garrison Hogan.
Yeah, I'm reminded of how much of an issue that was for our last full distance race at Fontana, and I don't think they really fixed that on iRacing's end. If the memes I saw were correct, so yeah, we'll see if that's going to be just as bad this time around.
Yeah, it's not at peak Michael Bay yet, but it might be something to keep an eye on as we move forward for sure. That's where it's at its worst at the moment, and probably where it will get particularly challenging perhaps later in this run.
Yeah, I went and turned my settings down for the sun. I did not want to have to deal with the realistic sunset. Had to put on sunglasses or a visor or something there while I'm trying to race my iRacing setup, but it's whatever. It's fine. I think hopefully they, because it's on your own end, right? You can make adjustments to avoid having to deal with the sun. As Jonathan Cutlip working the top, trying to give the move back to Gerald Campbell that he just put on him a couple of laps ago, and Cutlip will make it stick up top. Back up to 3rd.
That was beautiful.
That was gnarly.
Each one of them made that move down the front straightaway, able to jump to the top 3 wide, roll around the outside, and clear coming off of turn 2. Now Gerald's definitely starting to pay the price. we talk about it a lot. Once you utilize those right front tire and start to really push up in that top lane, you lose that long run pace significantly. As here's a replay.
Here we go.
Jonathan Cullip just getting to the left rear or the right. Just give a little bit of side draft and just kind of carry that momentum on by. Really good move by Jonathan Cullip. I like a 3-wide. You know, we talk about Chad wide and stuff. I like a 3-wide move that doesn't put the drivers that you're racing with in any danger. As Gerald bounced it off the fence there. Cutlip made that move in such a way, in such a spot that it was very apparent where he was going from the entry of the corner. The room was given, and he was able to take advantage and utilize it. And they also afforded that to Gerald when he made the move to go around early in the run. So yeah, those are the types of 3-wide racing that I really like to see, because it's visually appealing, but it's also, you know, safe. You're thinking about your other competitors, but you're also trying to make a move on them.
And when you say the room was given, Gerald gave a lane and nothing more, which is absolutely what you'd expect in that situation. He gave enough room for Jonathan Cutlip to stick the car there, but he didn't make it easy on him either.
Yeah, that's the racecraft we need to see, that we haven't quite seen as much as the season gone on. But that is good racing, pure and simple. And can we get more of that?
We're certainly trying to. Gavin Higgins is tight right now off the bottom of the track, and that's stacking up the inside line. R.C. Anderson's working to the inside of Gerald Campbell for this 4th position. Josh Adams has also worked his way up into the top 6. He's going to try to drive to the middle lane. Gerald's coming off the top. That could be tight. Anderson clears Campbell. Adams now to the bottom, side by side with Gerald Campbell. Ethan Burrell and Ethan Stanley working their way back forward through the field here. A brief update on Blake Reynolds. He is 14 seconds behind the pack right here. Second to last car on the lead lap. The only car that's further behind than Blake Reynolds on the lead lap is his teammate Paul Mikolajczyk, who has been in a couple of different incidents tonight. So the old tires have not played out thus far for Blake Reynolds, but again, if a caution comes out before everything cycles through, he will have saved a set of tires and be in a really good spot. But if the caution doesn't come out, he has thrown the race away. So he's hoping for a yellow, and I think it's a good bet that a yellow flag will come out at some point.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier with my my concerns on his strategy and how well it needs a lot to go right. Now, obviously, I think we can kind of bank on the possibility of another caution coming out at any point from now to lap 400 at the very least.
We're definitely going to get another yellow. It's just a matter of when, because if Reynolds is going to run into needing to pit at some point, he's also going to approach going a lap down under green, which doesn't really matter what kind of pit strategy you have if the race kind of stays green, because you're behind 15 seconds or so. Battle as we watch Gerald Campbell fight with Justin Wadsworth up in front of them. Ethan Stanley and Josh Adams are going at it. That is a battle for the 5th position.
Blake Reynolds has called out he is pitting this time.
Wow. There you go. He's going to short pit the stage, and ultimately he'll have the race lead, I believe, once things simmer out. But they need to cycle all the way through here after the end of the stage.
Yeah,
We've got trouble for Corey Abbott here. Yeah, there he is on pit road. I'm not sure. Looks like he got contact from behind from Trey Holmes, maybe coming out of turn 4.
I think it would be in Blake.
Oh yeah, that is a different red car we're looking at, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So
You said it was contact between Corey and Trey.
Corey Abbott that got into the wall. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, right here.
Right there. Yep, and it was contact with Trey. Looks like Nick Massey maybe got a piece of Trey as well. Little bump. Into the wall goes Corey. And Kachow has some right front damage now. Not what you want to see.
Kachow. Emphasis on the ow.
Oh, there's the caution.
Now we have caution.
Oh.
And Blake Reynolds has already pitted and is a lap down. Now, I don't know that this... Again, all I think... Oh, it's Bojo.
Okay.
Ray, no. The Statue of Liberty paint.
Oh no.
Oh, dear.
You gotta get loose.
Nope.
Well,
Well, I hope-
that
I hope this-
appearance on quick shifts is going to be interesting.
I hope there's not too much damage on the front nose of this car. It's rather excellently done and excellently crafted, and there's a beloved feline figure there. I mean, Chad Frankfield wrecked Ray Bracey. For this caution, everybody heading down pit road.
I think we're going to get a tally on the 15. That will be appealed immediately.
The argument the other way is going to be the 7 is ever so slightly coming off the wall.
So I'm watching the lines, and from what I see, a good chunk of the movement is coming from the 15 and not the 7. At least from what I see.
I would agree. More of the movement is from the 15 than the 7, but there is movement from the 7, and considering the discussions of the past week, that might be the saving grace for the 15. Again, philosophically,
you don't need to be side drafting for the 18th place. That's my philosophy here.
Oh, again.
But you know.
But yes.
Chris Wright stayed out, which blocks Blake Reynolds from being able to take the wave around.
Oh, yeah,
so that's something that happens.
Oh, that's a tough deal.
Worth also noting there are 13 laps left in the stage. A couple of guys did take 2. I think Ethan Burrell took 2 tires.
I would be inclined to believe you are right. Looking at,
he jumped 5 spots.
So Ray Bracey just said he has no damage from that.
Woo!
All right, the Statue of Liberty paint is perfectly fine.
All right, Chad can. Oh, William still hasn't called it yet. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the news that Chad's not at fault here.
I'm telling you, I think there's a case. I think there's a case.
I want to hit you with that case.
Certainly can do that as the owner of the 947 South Shore racing machines in this event.
Thank goodness. So there was contact between the Trey Holmes and Corey Abbott cars that did result in a tally, as Corey Abbott received some pretty severe right front damage. Let's see what William deems for the second one here. Again, I try not to be biased in these, but I don't like when my guys get spun out. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Also one of the most lovable guys in the series too. There's also that front. Not to say Chad isn't.
Yep, and there it is. No tally. Not that even if he had given one, Chad wouldn't have appealed it immediately. So we move on. Chris Wright has stayed out in another one of the 975 South Shore cars. Scott Crump is third. Ethan Burrell second. Probably has 2 tires. We're not entirely sure. Crump and Hogan on the second row. Anderson and Cutlip the third row. Green flag is out. Wright gets away quickly, but I think the old tires are going to swallow up that 9 car pretty fast. This is definitely a play for stage points, though. He only has to stay in the top 10 for 10 laps. It could work.
It could.
I don't think it will, but it could. Oh, Stanley sideways.
Oh, big side. Oh, no, he's back up the track.
Stanley's going to wreck the field here. Caution is out.
Oh,
Big wreck.
man.
Tyler Fode's involved. Wadsworth involved. Vandermarl involved. There will be a tally given on that one.
Yeah.
I can confirm. Blake Reynolds, I think, got through it, but yeah, I mean, the 92 car got loose on the bottom. No question. Josh Adams, the first on the scene. Wadsworth, Gavin Higgins, Brandon Wilkinson involved, and they're going to just drive all the way down. Caleb Becumer's going to get a piece of this. Did Seth Rawls make it through?
Maybe. It looks like Ryan Gable's going to make it through. There were a couple other cars that snuck through on the inside. Couldn't quite make out who they were.
No, Seth's going to get a little piece of it right at the end.
Up there, yeah. I think maybe that was Josh Adams I saw squeeze through. Hard to say.
Adams clobbered into the 92 right at the beginning. Hosack, maybe?
Not the 92 car in the field.
It was Hosack. That's going to sneak through this one on the bottom, the white car. Whoa.
Man. So once again, we have completely changed the complexion of this here Pixel Motorsport contest.
My iRacing crashed.
Ooh. Okay,
No,
so
not
the
your
car
fault.
I saw was Caleb Becumer, who did not get through it unscathed. He kind of bodied poor Tyler Fode there.
On board with Caleb Becumer. Stanley gets loose. Down to the bottom he goes. Yeah, 59 car did not apply too much of the brake pedal. Though I think, to be fair, when you're on that bottom lane, if you do apply the brake pedal, it probably spins into the inside wall. So I think some, obviously, but if you just jam on it and try to stop with those cars coming down. I don't know how much damage that was actually going to cause. We'll see.
So were those the brakes that were on Rob Mooney's car on Sunday?
Yeah, apparently some of the South Shore cars just don't get brakes. I don't know what the deal is.
Okay, you're gonna have to R&D that.
Yeah, but we're in the stage of like the NASCAR Thunder 2003 career mode where we've put some stuff into drafting, but we don't have anything in the brake package. That's why you never see the South Shore cars up the front in the short tracks, and then obviously stopping for wrecks.
Okay.
But there's one leading right now. Chris Wright's up at the front. He's on old tires, but that worked out pretty good for him. Now he's only going to have to stay out there on old tires for 7 more laps to gain some stage points.
Yeah, he's got that going for him, which is nice.
Scott Crump to his outside. I envision that'll be a difficult task to hold off that 90 car, especially given that it did not win the last stage. I do want to point out Blake Reynolds got the lucky dog right there. So he's back on the lead lap, back in this fight.
He is so back. Yeah, I think we're still adjusting a little bit with the recent updates to the strength of the lighting when we reach this stage of the proceedings of the time
Chris-
transition.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get dark. Chris Wright, Scott Crump on that front row. Wright jumps on that loud pedal, pulls Ethan Burrell forward and through, but that outside line's going to have a big run as we approach turn 1. Burrell shoving Chris Wright towards turn 1, but a 9 car is okay until I think you get into turn 3. That's where it's going to really start to slow down with those older tires. They could be coming by him on both sides right here. Down to the inside. Burrell for the stage lead. Crump by as well. Wright's going to fall. He might fall all the way out of the points in this corner alone.
Oh yeah, he is dropping like a rock and just has the hope he gets through this unscathed. Meanwhile, out front, Ethan Burrell, he's got to be the leader here on lap 194.
And what do you know? That's exactly the battle that was occurring before the Blake Reynolds drove up to the back of him and passed them both for the end of stage 1. This time, the guy on their bumper is R.C. Anderson. And Crump and Burrell have not gone side by side yet, but Ethan Burrell leading this race. Scott Crump just behind him, looking for a way around. 5 laps to go in the stage. Call it 6 laps to go in the stage. Down to that inside lane goes Scott Crump. This is a movie we've seen before. 37 and 90 battling it out for the stage win. 90 did not get around Ethan Burrell last time, but he's got fresher tires this time. Piles it into the bottom. Takes the lead. Burrell with the crossover now. He's going to have some Toyota help on the bottom. R.C. Anderson with the bump draft to the back bumper of Ethan Burrell. Burrell clears Crump into turn 1. This is a dogfight for stage points right here. There are 13 cars right now fighting for the stage points. Everybody else has backed off of this group and is letting them race. On board Scott Crump. See if he can make a move. Dumps down to the inside of Ethan Burrell once again. Coming around to 3 laps to go in the stage next time by. They are side by side for the lead again. Oh, Crump got tight that time.
Yeah, he did. Had to get out of it.
Oh.
Not by much, though. Oh, now he's got to really get out of it.
Crump picking up that tight condition. That'll hand second over to R.C. Anderson. Everybody's chasing Ethan Burrell. Here comes Jonathan Cutlip into the top 5. Here comes a stage winner from Auto Club's full distance race, Leighton Norgard, into the top 5. Toyota Power 1-2. Crump and Cutlip side by side for 3rd. Then it's Norgard and Hogan side by side for 5th. Matthew Weeks, Chad Frankenfield, Ryan Gable, Gavin Higgins round out the top 10. 2 to go. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, holy
Ryan-
darkness, Batman.
Ryan Gable is saying right now, Gavin Higgins is behind him in an all-black number 13 car. He can't see him in his mirror.
White flag in the stage as we go on board with Gable. Can't see the rearview mirror, but Gavin Higgins, I can assure you, is back there somewhere in the all-black number 13 car. Ethan Burrell's got control of this race. He is flying away, trying to grab stage 2. And everybody else is out there somewhere. I don't know if you can see him. Jonathan Cutlip's probably the most visible car right now in that highlighter yellow number 5, but it's all Ethan Burrell.
Ethan Burrell will win the second stage under the cover of darkness here at the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Boy, I can't wait for iRacing to readjust this. It'll get better, we promise. It will get better. Just
At
this
some point.
transition period, for whatever reason, is borked since the last update. And with the strength of the lighting, when it's not quite full darkness. And that's... Now you're starting... I mean, already, just in the lap or 2 since we finished the stage, it's improved dramatically.
Yeah, lights are starting to take effect, as Pat Hughes would say on the Cubs radio broadcast.
Yes.
And the lights are showing Leighton Norgard is flying ahead. He won stage 2. He is well on his way as he has got a 0.4 of a second lead over R.C. Anderson. Then you've got Jonathan Cutlip and a Leighton Norgard following in line behind. And hey, shout out to a Leighton Norgard. This is a really good run for the driver of that number 12 car. He's, a guy he's won some stages. He's obviously got some speed. I want to say he won an ARCA championship last year. I'm pretty sure 24B ARCA champion. I'm correct about that, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So
you did great.
Lots of speed from out of this 12 car. We've seen him involved in a lot of incidents not of his own making, and it's one of those things where I feel like it's just a matter of time before he starts reeling off some really good finishes there for Leighton Norgard. Always with this, I mentioned the Jonathan Cutlip highlighter yellow number 5. This car is always extremely stand out in this Elite Belly Up Sports Cup Series. Bright pink, bright blue, very visible. You can always figure out where Leighton Norgard is if you look at the pack. Battle back here for 8th. Michael Hosack up to the top lane, going around Chad Frankenfield. He will make that pass and continue on. Hosack, the latest in a long string of people who have taken the opportunity to jump to the high side and make some progress on picking up track position. We've seen a lot of people jump to the top, head to the front, burn their tires off, fall back. It's been a very cyclical here. As Caleb Pecumer goes a lap down, it looks like the damage on that 59 was a little bit much, and we're seeing a lot of cars that were involved in that latest wreck well off the pace here. Wadsworth, Stanley, Massey, Abbott, Campbell, Vandermarl. Chris Wright's back there on the old tires.
Yeah, it hasn't exactly been a season to remember for our reigning champion. Justin Wadsworth has had a lot of unfortunate events and just not great finishes that you'd expect from the reigning champion. He's been there at times, but he's just caught a lot of bad breaks.
And you obviously missed the Daytona 500 where he finished second, but I tend to agree on the whole, right? Because this season was, I think last season was a little bit unexpected. Obviously, kind of came out of nowhere. Won a walk-off race to get to clinch a championship 4 appearance, and then was the highest finishing championship driver in that final race. But, for Wadsworth's case, this season it has been a bit of a struggle where he's in the top 10, but he's just at the outside of that top 5 area where the incidents seem to kick off. Much like he was running in the top 10 in this race. The pole sitter, obviously, for this race led early, but he was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time there when Ethan Stanley got loose and spun around in front of the field. And I don't think we really talked about it, but that's a very uncharacteristic mistake by Ethan Stanley. Obviously one of the most talented drivers in the field, but it just goes to show you how even when this car looks really planted, really tight, difficult to, or pretty easy. to fix the damage on those cars, and they'll be right back in the fight. As one of the dominant cars of the day, Scott Crump, fell back on a fight for that stage, but he is now working his way back forward here in that 90. And So too is RC Anderson as he makes a bid for the lead going around Ethan Burrell, and he will clear Ethan Burrell in turn 1, move RC Anderson to the top spot here at lap 212 out of 400. We got a long way to go, boys.
Yes, we do.
RC, always one to watch in these long distance races. He doesn't have a win in this race, but certainly a guy that we've seen run well. He's won 2 full distance races here in the Elite Belly Up Sports Cup Series. The most recent one being the Southern 500 in the 2023 B season.
Almost like that guy knows how to get around the place over the course of a long distance race.
You'll never believe it, but he's also won the Brickyard 400.
Say what?
I do believe that. I think we actually talked about that a couple of weeks ago when we ran the Brickyard 400.
Yes, we did.
Speaking of long distance races and drivers that are pretty good at them, here comes Matthew Weeks.
He's won the last 2.
Yep. And he had, I want to say 2 of them in last season. He won the 500 last season. He didn't win Darlington, I don't believe. I'm trying to remember what the third full distance race was. In 24B.
In 24B,
Yeah.
Burrell won the 500. Ethan Stanley
that's
won
right.
the other 500. David Tucker won the Bristol night race.
There you go. That was it. It was the 24A 500 that Matthew Weeks took home, but he is very adept at these long distance races, pacing himself over the course of 500 miles or 600 miles in this case.
In 24A, Weeks won the 500 and the Brickyard 400, and Tyler Fody won this race.
Yep. Is this the first race that we've had 4 crown jewel like long distance races? I seem to recall 3 being the number.
3 is usually the number, but I think it has happened before. 2023B had 4.
You mentioned Matthew Weeks. Scott Crump decided to drive him very defensively there through turn 3 and 4. So who won those 4, Zach?
2023B, Tyler Fody won the Daytona 500. RC Enerson, as we mentioned, won the Southern 500. Garrison Hogan won the Bristol night race. Robert Hill Jr. won the Black Magic Designs 400 at Daytona.
I was going to say, all those guys are either up at the front or were involved in one of those wrecks, but Robert was not involved in one of those wrecks. But hi, Robert. I'm sure he's either watching or he'll watch this back at some point. We got a Robert Hill in the broadcast for one of his wins because we were talking about full distance race winners. But there's a good little underdog win for us.
Yeah, don't let go to his head.
Hey, if a broadcaster can win a race, that's all I'm saying. Like any of us could do it too, right?
Some of us have.
One of us.
Just
Exactly
saying.
one.
Exactly one. One time.
In the elite racing league, yes.
Yes.
Tate Lytle with an excellent call of that. Scott Crump is gonna find a way to get around Ethan Burrell. Going through turn 2. That was very, very close. RC Anderson's got to be loving what he's seeing as Matthew Weeks drives around his teammate. Burrell is definitely encountering that tire wear from the early part of the stage where he really pushed hard to go out and get that stage win as he now falls back into the clutches of the field. Hogan passed, Cutlet passed. Here comes Chad Frankenfield into the top 6 now. Top 6. Some of these guys that are back there are going to start to go a lap down. Chris Wright is not that far in front of the leaders right now.
Yeah, the classic Chris Wright strange strategy not working super duper well here.
Yeah, you need a caution to bunch it up if you're going to make that move. Obviously, Blake Reynolds got his caution after he pitted, but he has been able to get back on the lead lap. He is 19th on the grid right now. So Chris is going to need a caution. And the caution could come after he pits. I believe he's down pit road right now. He is. So, it can come. The caution can come out at any point here, but he does need a caution to catch back up to the field. Single file train now, as everybody's chasing RC Anderson. We're in that middle stage of the race where you kind of are like, all right, we finished stage 2. We're almost done, right? And no.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. It's a long way to go. A lot of racing still to occur.
I mean, to put it into perspective, I think, roughly speaking, most of our races here in the Belly Up Sports Cup Series are half distance of a normal cup race. So we've basically got a full race still to go. As there we see Scott Crump make the move.
Back to the lead. Around RC Anderson, Matthew Weeks in third. Crump's been the dominant car tonight, guys. He has been able to get back to the front basically no matter what. He just hasn't gotten those stage wins. That's kind of the only thing he's missing at this point.
Yeah, he's kind of led every lap of the race, but the most important ones, and that's really frustrating for Scott Crump, because you wish you could just kind of switch around which laps you're leading and make sure you get the max points paid out for the laps you do lead. Hopefully that's just him earning karma so he can end up leading the very most important one.
Yeah, I think at this point Scott would tell you there's only one lap he really cares about. Leading. He's leading all these laps. It's where you want to be. Obviously, it feels good to be leading, but if you ask Scott, he cares about leading one lap in this race, and that is lap 400.
And honestly, with the last couple of weeks Scott Crump has had, he'd probably be happy to just have a chance to lead that lap. Whether he leads it or not, just being around at the end of the race in contention. It's been a while since we've seen Scott Crump near the front at the end of one of these races. I mean, you have to go back to Loudon, really. So, man, he
Burn
could really
too.
use a good finish.
He was right up there battling for the win until that last wreck on the final lap.
Yeah,
you're right. RC Anderson just got a piece of the wall. They're coming out of turn 4. It opened up a big gap from Scott Crump back to Matthew Weeks. Anderson's going to fall all the way back to this front field. And when you mentioned it's been a while since we've seen so-and-so near the front of the field, I do need to call out Johnny Thomas running in P9. It has been a minute. Johnny has been very adamant that this was a dud of a season, disaster of a season, etc. He started this race off well back, 26th, fell back early, was not... it's a very typical Johnny Thomas race. Not going to push it too hard early in the event. I'm just going to ride around. And he dodged the big wrecks. He did get spun out one time, but no harm, no foul on that one. And here he is in the top 10.
and we are seeing right now that 9 car of Chris Wright. Now that is not a lead lap car. That is a car that is on considerably fresher tires and now carving its way through the lead lap, but these are not passes for position you are seeing for Chris Wright.
No, and what's especially gutting for Chris Wright is that these passes are for him to go 1 lap down right here. He is 2 laps behind the leaders because he stayed out, fell all the way to nearly 1 lap down, and then came down pit road. But the car he just went around is the next car I want to bring up. Ryan Gable has been very quiet tonight. I think we've maybe talked about him one time. I think when we were coming to the stage end there, and he was not able to see Gavin Higgins. It was effectively the only time we've mentioned the Hucks 01 Lake Norman Motorsports Chevrolet. Here he is in 4th.
It's
really
funny you say quiet because I think we could say out of kindness. He's never quiet during a race. He's always one of the chattiest drivers in the field. Always, observing what's going on around him, usually with some very comedic commentary in the process. But yes, to your larger point, it's not a race where we've talked about him a lot racing up front, but here he is. We're in the second half of the race, and he's worked his way into the top 5 and sizing up Garrison Hogan here for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, quiet is definitely not the typical descriptor of Ryan Gable, but he's quiet in terms of our booth commentary, as it were. But the 0-1 Hux machine in the top 5, having a very good run to this point, and that hasn't always been the case this season. He's certainly run into his share of troubles. Also, I'm just rolling back through the field because as we get to talk about people as they have these good runs in the mid part of the race, obviously things are going to change repeatedly. At the back, just entering the top 10, now bypassing stage 2 winner Ethan Burrell, was Ethan Burrell's teammate Trey Holmes, who got into Corey Abbott earlier in the race, picked up a tally, but besides that, and he's experienced some issues with the connection problems. He's not the only one, but it is one of the things that he's sought out to correct. And it looks like this car is pretty firmly in the race tonight. I think it blinked a little bit early in the event, but right now it seems to be okay. And Trey Holmes is up into the top 10, showing some of that really good long run pace that he's known for. Here's a battle. Back in towards the 20th spot. It's Brent Jones leading this group in 20th. So it's Hosack 21st, Ethan Stanley 22nd, Carlos Acosta 23rd. Daniel Martinez is a lap down. No, he's not. Daniel Martinez is 23rd as well, or 24th. So all these cars are on the lead lap. Ethan Stanley's going to jump to the outside and go around Brent Jones.
I think Hosack got the wall off before there, too.
I believe he did. And he drops to the back of this little group. Back up front, Matthew Weeks under fire from Garrison Hogan. Ryan Gable in tow, trying to make something out of this.
The car to keep an eye on in this group is Jonathan Cutlip at the moment. He has closed up this gap significantly to close in on this group of lead cars, and he might be the fastest of this bunch at the moment.
Let's see if Johnny Thomas gets a clean lap here as well. It's another car with some good short run or long run pace. Yeah, Cutlip was faster than everybody in front of him right there, but he's not faster than Johnny Thomas. So it's Johnny Thomas and Cutlip, the two cars right now that are really moving forward on this longer run. Gable clears by Garrison Hogan. That's the battle for third. They're all still chasing Scott Crump in the 90. Here comes our stage 2 winner.
Yep, Ethan Burrell coming to pit road here in the 37 Pro Edge Racing entry.
And that's going to be the first of the lead lap cars to pit. And, given Tate Lytle's information from for the fuel tank, Burrell can make it to the end of stage 3 now. Pitting this early, I don't think that wins you the stage. But he could certainly end up in the stage points for sure. Scott Crump has adopted a more high line here, and I don't know. This is the highest he's run pretty much all night long. He's basically run that late apex lane where he rides up to the top and then rips it down to the bottom, down the hill on the straightaways. And Matthew Weeks right now is running a much lower lane. He's getting a lot of clean air on the nose of that 11 car. So here comes Tate Lytle off pit road. That 56 car is finally fixed.
That's some commitment for Tate to be back after being, what?
152 laps down.
153 laps down. Good gravy. That is some serious commitment.
The good news for Tate Lytle is they're getting really dicey for the lead here. Gerald Campbell's getting lapped right as they're battling for second. Matthew Weeks and Ryan Gable side by side. There's a couple of cars taking pass, and I think that's why he's doing that. He's on the bubble in the yellow on the pylon, so Tate can definitely pick up some extra spots. Matthew Weeks will find a way to get back by Ryan Gable here. Hold off that 0-1 for now.
And we'll see how long these guys choose to run out this particular run here. I feel
You
like
can see the red car on your screen. I know we're having a little bit of a blinking difficulty, and we might need to flip it to brake to try and resolve that, but... Oh, did Weeks get the wall?
He did. Let's go open the door for Ryan Gable here.
Oh, okay. We got word Dave's got some internet problems. The car I want to point out as this battle for the top 5 continues on. Gable takes second, Hogan third. Blake Reynolds is up into the top 10. He's up into 8th, just bypassed Chad Frankenfield. Did Blake Reynolds, and he's going after Johnny Thomas right now for 7th.
Real close right now. Oh! Blake Reynolds almost contact with Johnny Thomas on the exit of turn 2. In that battle you were talking about. Now they're going to try to get around Gerald Campbell, who is definitely off the pace compared to these cars. We saw that earlier with the leaders working their way around him.
We're jerking you back and forth here, Dave, but Ryan Gable just took the lead going into turn 1. Gable flies on by Scott Crump for the race lead here, approaching pit stops. That's why we got the wide shot. You can see kind of what's going on in the battle back there between Blake Reynolds. Reynolds did go around R.C. Anderson. That 66 car, very good on the long run here.
You guys see back there R.C. Anderson and Johnny Thomas make their way on pit road, as well as Nick Massey.
Massey was involved in a couple of those wrecks. That car is a little bit damaged.
Back up front.
Yep. We do have the... it's refreshing. We're getting to that point of having those green flag pit stops. Ethan Burrell, obviously the first of everyone to go down pit road and start this cycle, but it's not until R.C. Anderson that, one of the top 10 drivers or so right now is on pit road. I imagine that's going to drag everybody down pit road pretty shortly. Not this time, though, for our top 5.
No, they all stay out. I think, judging by the attitude of where he's placing the car and the pace he has at the moment, I have to imagine that 55 car, Garrison Hogan, he's got to run it dry. He's got to take advantage of as much of this long run speed as he can get. Probably, maybe Jonathan Cutlip also in that same boat. I always, if you have the long run pace, I'm always a huge fan of take as much of that overcut as you can and take advantage of that long run speed as much as possible over the course of a race like this.
We wrote him off a little bit ago, but I want to shout him out because he just entered the top 10. Is that Justin Wadsworth, last season's champion, has re-entered the fray. He is 10th. That car seems to have extremely good long run pace, and that gap he had about a 10-second gap to the lead there. He's closed that to 5 seconds. So this car is working quite well right now over the course of the long run. I think with a couple of caution flags, Justin Wadsworth could really be right back in the thick of things. And
that's the beauty of these full distance races, right? As we see Michael Goodman. I hope he got slowed down enough. It looks like he did indeed make pit road speed.
Matthew Weeks just got another piece of the wall coming off turn 4. That seems to be his trouble spot, and he's going to fall basically out of reach of the draft of the top 5 here. You can see the big gap back to Weeks. The car that heads down pit road this lap, Gavin Higgins in the 13. And the Neighbor Pete entry. Matthew Weeks is coming down pit road this time. That last wall tap was the final straw. Weeks is going to come grab some fresh rubber. Trey Holmes is going to follow his teammate. And Seth Rawls is going to make it a Toyota contingent down pit road. Up front, Garrison Hogan is trying to bypass Scott Crump heading into turn 3. Here comes Ethan Burrell on the fresh tires.
Here's the difference in tires, right?
Yep, there it is. Burrell can't really go anywhere. These guys are fighting for the lead lap spot of second. Hogan had to back out of it a little bit. Crump heads to the top again, but that car is very tight on the old tires. Nowhere for Ethan Burrell to go.
And he couldn't quite get the run off the corner. He definitely had thoughts of 3 wide, but just couldn't build up the momentum there to actually make it happen. Oh,
There
now
he
he's
goes.
got to shoot the gap. Yep, there we go.
And that'll also give Garrison Hogan the second spot. I'm sure Scott Crump's not thrilled about those developments. Fresher tires, I mean, Burrell's got to go. I understand.
Yep.
I understand Burrell's point of view, right? I mean, you got to go, but you're also fighting the lead lap cars. It's a very delicate situation there for Ethan Burrell as he unlaps himself here.
Ryan Gable calling out he will be pitting this time. We'll see, will anyone follow suit?
I think Scott Crump would like to, but he's not going to be able to join his teammate down pit road this time. Justin Wadsworth was already on pit road.
I believe I just heard Scott Crump call it out that he will be pitting this time. Yep, he just repeated he is pitting this time to make it abundantly clear to Jonathan Cutlip.
And I think you nailed Garrison Hogan and Jonathan Cutlip trying to maximize their overtake here, or their overcut here. Blake Reynolds is also going to be on that strategy. Here comes Chad Frankenfield and a Leighton Norgard as well, heading down pit road. And Brent Jones is going to be another one of the cars heading down pit road this time. Carlos Acosta has hit pit road. It's green flag cycle. Lap 256 out of 400 in the World 600 for the Belly Up Sports Cup Series. Blake Reynolds has run down Jonathan Cutlip. Sorry, go ahead, Zach.
No, you're fine. So the pit stop was at lap 186. Obviously, there was the one caution immediately after that, but you're looking at right about 70 laps for these guys who are leading the way right now.
Wow. Down pit road is, I think that's Corey Abbott. It is.
There's Paul Nikolajczyk.
Paul bunch of letters. Here comes Garrison Hogan and Blake Reynolds both. Down pit road. Jonathan Cutlip, the final car on tires. Ethan Stanley is also staying out really long. So to Daniel Martinez and Justin Vandermarl, both of them, I believe, are looking for a yellow, and Vandermarl is heading down pit road now. Cutlip and Stanley coming in this time by.
And now we will see how it all cycles out.
Where are the two leaders? Ethan Stanley really got onto pit road well. He gained probably a second on Jonathan Cutlip on pit road entry right there.
And it looks like
This is going to be your leader right here.
Ethan Burrell's going to be the leader. Obviously, he was one of the first to jump onto pit road during this cycle, so that's the benefit of those fresh tires. We saw him driving past the leaders with those fresh tires. of course, now the drawback to that is the age-old tale. Now he's gone from having really fresh tires at one point, and now he has the oldest tires on the racetrack. Not that they're ancient by any means, but he's already, we're seeing some of these guys that are just now pitting, and Ethan Burrell's got close to, more than 20 lap old tires.
The advantage for Ethan Burrell is he can, he has short pitted the race, but he's also set himself up to short pit again, right?
Yes.
He can continue to ride this wave where he'll fall back to R.C. Anderson's in second right now, but really his biggest competition is going to be like Ryan Gable, Scott Crump, Blake Reynolds. Those are going to be kind of the spot where he ends up falling to. He can ride that wave, right? Once he goes back to fifth or sixth, come down pit road again, put another set of tires on it, and go gain a bigger gap the next time. And each time he can maybe pull a little bit bigger gap, run a little bit more laps on fresh tires, and if the tires cycle out right, he can have fresher tires on at the end of the race. But it makes things really interesting to have a driver on such a different cycle than everybody else here, because I think Ethan Burrell has almost established a different pit strategy right here.
Yeah, and this is what I love about these long races when we are able to get awesome long runs like this is seeing how everyone kind of deals with it. They're who can build a better mousetrap, so to speak. There's so many things you can do and so many ideas at your disposal. And so being able to see who puts together the best strategy is what really makes these long races fun and enthralling to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to throw another wrench at you here. And I swear, there's no math. However, you look at guys like Jonathan Cutler, or let's see, who else? Ethan Stanley. They pitted on lap 258. 400 minus 258 is 142. Divide that by 2.
Wow.
You get 71. If you can get 71 laps out of these next 2 runs, you only have to stop once. Can they do it? Can they do it?
They definitely can. The question is, can Ethan Stanley and Jonathan Cutler make the rest of this race on one more stop? I think they absolutely can. The question is, can this race stay green the rest of the way?
That's absolutely. That's all. That does not matter if we get a caution at any point between here and the end of this race. But thinking super long term here, that is on the table. And that would be a huge advantage to cut out a pit stop. Even with, losing out on the undercut of an Ethan Burrell, short pitting twice. Cutting out an entire pit stop is massive.
Right. I want to chuck us to the battle for ninths. Blake Reynolds just went around Scott Crump. That could be a pretty significant development there. Now, it is behind Garrison Hogan by a fairly sizable margin, behind Matthew Weeks. We haven't seen the tire fall off bring everybody back together just yet, but that will end up happening. And when it does, these two, had kind of that middle strategy where they're not too far back. Cutlip's pretty far back now, but Cutlip's obviously banking on potentially only being able to do the rest of this race on one more stop. These two, Crump and Reynolds, are close enough to the front that they can make up that ground on the older tires over the course of this next run and potentially have a chance to win the stage. They also are probably 2 or 3 laps short of being able to make it on one more stop. So it puts them in a really difficult spot. I think at the very least you have to think about the stage first here if you are Blake Reynolds and Scott Crump. If I'm Ethan Burrell, I'm trying to divide the rest of this race into the 2 stops that I need. So I basically run until, 290 probably. I do 60 and 60.
I believe you.
So you gotta do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Phillips also
You're right,
mired in traffic here.
Yeah. To your point, you do have to do something different.
Mm-hmm. If you've already taken the short pit strategy like Ethan Burrell has,
Right.
placed yourself at that disadvantage where there are people who can make it on one more stop and you can't.
So what do you do? Right. Exactly.
Right. But right now, you're going to give up the lead, is what's going to happen. R.C. Anderson has tracked down Ethan Burrell. And the battle for the lead is short-lived. Move R.C. Anderson back to the top spot. I see Robert Hill is in the YouTube chat. Robert, we did get to talk about your Daytona Elite win in this race already. So if you missed that, you can watch back. But we did talk about it, so you got to be on the lookout for it. At the risk of jinxing the absolute heck out of it, this race has got a very green flag feel to it.
Now, why would you go and say something like that?
Well, we are screwed. Look forward to the next caution, folks at home. Send your hate mail to David Westergreen. It's not me this time.
The field is very spread out. A lot of guys are just kind of on their own little island right here. Blake Reynolds is just driven away from Scott Crump for what it's worth. He's catching the back bumper of the Matthew Weeks-Ryan Gable battle. That is the best battle on track right now. And they are approaching Brandon Wilkinson. That is a pass for position. Wilkinson slow in the middle on the older tires. He will give way to Gable and Weeks, but that's going to allow Blake Reynolds to have a massive run on these two. Wilkinson ends up out of the way up top, but here comes Reynolds to the inside of Matthew Weeks.
And the crazy thing is, Blake Reynolds, I mean, he only has like 6 lap fresher tires than Matthew Weeks, but you can see what a huge difference even those few laps can make.
Mm-hmm. That's, yeah, James mentioned the overcut at the top of the show, and this is the overcut, right? Blake Reynolds has much fresher tires than these guys around him. It's not by a lot, but look at how powerful it is. Look at how much it's assisting with Blake Reynolds with carving through this field. He's up to 5th already. I mean, he's even making better use of his fresh tires than Scott Crump is. Crump is still back there fighting with Wilkinson. Up front, R.C. Anderson does have the race lead. Ethan Burrell is 2nd. Johnny Thomas is 3rd. We have reason to believe none of those 3 drivers can make it to the end of this race with one more pit stop. I think all 3 of those guys are going to have to short pit in some capacity.
For sure.
Garrison Hogan is the first maybe on the track. That is the latest. He and Blake Reynolds pitted right around the same lap.
Yeah, 257.
So Hogan is really in the best spot at this point. But that 257, that is going to be pushing it.
That would require a 71 and a 72.
I think that's probably doable. Just lift a little more. I think I'd probably run it out and try. But then Jonathan Cutlip and Ethan Stanley are the cars that probably definitely have enough to make it. Here comes Garrison Hogan, rocketing to the back bumper of that Ethan Burrell machine. And Hogan will flash by in an instant. Pick up 2nd as Burrell's old tires and tumble continue. But Burrell is in a spot where, as we mentioned, he can just decide there's probably a position that when he hits that position, it's time to pit. I would probably put it 8th, 10th. Maybe. I'm thinking maybe 10th. is once I fall to 10th, that's it. Come down pit road, get tires, stay off cycle. Don't try and, get back in the same cycle as everybody else here. Try and stay away from that because that's your best bet.
Yeah, yeah. The copycat move isn't going to save you at this point because you're not going to be able to close that gap. Either in terms of fuel mileage or even really tire.
Mm-hmm.
Your best bet at this point, like you say, is to just kind of figure out, okay, if I'm going to pit around lap, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know that I can. I would think of it in terms of laps. Burrell's got to pit twice, no matter what he does.
Right.
Yeah,
So
what's that iconic line from old Larry Mack? If you're gonna follow the leader, you're gonna follow the leader. Well,
Exactly.
Burrell's not following the leader.
right. And Ethan is certainly fast enough on the short run to win this race if he finds himself in a spot to pick that up late. Obviously, in a green race like this, I think the race winning call is going to be able to spend the least amount of time on pit road. That is certain.
Right. I think you're probably looking at, once you pitted at, lap 2:37 or whatever, then you're looking at roughly, you want to pit around just shy of lap 300, I think, next time. Maybe try to get another 10 laps or so out of this run. But again, you're going to be getting on, at that point, you're going to be getting on pit road 30 laps sooner than everybody else and hoping those 30 laps give you enough of a cushion to salvage you a good position when you pit again around lap 350.
Right.
And then it almost cycles out where now you have the freshest tires. You just have to make up the deficit of the extra pit stop.
Which probably results in a good finish. Probably results in a top 15.
Yeah.
But it will not result in a race win, I think, is the ultimate spot here. I think the guys that are in position to win this race are running second and third right now. And they are approaching taking over the race lead. Garrison Hogan and Blake Reynolds are coming up on the back bumper of R.C. Anderson. They are about to take the lead over and with the potential to be able to stay on the racetrack.
Trouble
Never
in turn
mind.
three. Around. He saved it.
Who went around?
Scott Crump.
Scott Crump.
Whoa.
Oh, well, take all of that wonderful calculation we were doing, throw it right out the window. Let's see what happened here. When I saw him, he was looking at the inside wall going into turn 3. And it looks like he's got to try and split between Burrell and Fody. Maybe turned himself across the nose of the 37. Right here, that's where the caution comes out. But hey, look, now he's pointed the right direction. It's all good. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Wow.
Impressive from Scott Crump to not turn that into a big old wreck.
And remember, send your hate mail for the end of our long green flag run to one David Westergreen. It was not my fault this time.
Wasn't my fault either. That was all Scott Crump and Ethan Burrell. They are heading down pit road here. We are going to take a brief commercial break so the announcers can get some more water and hit the restroom if they need to. And we'll be back with the finish of this one.
They walk among us, but at 240 miles per hour, they become something more. They're thrill seekers, risk takers, and maybe just a little bit unhinged. Buckle up. This new era of speed, this racing revolution, it's just getting started.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
3 years of sellout crowds, 3 years of edge of your seat action, 3 years of jaw-dropping finishes. Worldwide Technology Raceway has rocked the world of NASCAR, and now NASCAR is giving us another reason to celebrate. The 2025 NASCAR Cup Series Championship playoffs are coming Sunday, September 7th, 2025. Just when you thought the racing couldn't get any more intense, now every single lap matters. One wrong move could be the difference between elimination and being crowned the king. The Enjoy Illinois 300, the Confluence Music Festival, the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, and for the first time in 15 years, the NASCAR Xfinity Series on Saturday, September 6th. Don't be on the outside looking in. See history being made in your own backyard. Go to www.raceway.com for the hottest ticket.
Welcome back to the World 600 here under our 9th caution flag of the evening, following our first set of green flag pit stops. The cycle is complete. RC Anderson maintains the lead. It throws all the strategy out the window. Everybody is going to be able to make it on one more stop, and this will be a 13-lap dash to the end of stage 3. The pace car is off. RC Anderson, the race leader. He's got Garrison Hogan and Blake Reynolds right behind him. The green flag is back out. Anderson on the loud pedal. Hogan got an excellent restart on the outside lane. One of the best I've seen all season. And the yellow flag is right back out again.
Rip.
There's Corey.
Oh,
Oh no.
ka-chow.
Kerchew.
So what
Had
had
been
happened
some-
was, we
Tyler Fode
there
and
were
Justin Vandermarl got big damage in this. Big stack up on that bottom lane. You obviously can't change lanes before the start finish line in Elite. And a couple of really big hits here. Those guys were way too spaced out. They weren't really caught up, which I think started the whole thing up towards the front where somebody went and had to check up and it just accordioned all the way back.
Yeah. That's why you're pretty heavily encouraged to keep those gaps closed coming up on a restart. Obviously, the single file situation is a little treacherous. I'm sure Corey Abbott catching up to the field did not help, but trying to see if it does look like maybe there's a little bit of a stack up in front of them, but still you've got to. The problem when you have those open gaps like that, somebody speeds up to close the gap, and then everybody sit behind that thinks we're going, and then you're not going, and then you have to stop.
Right.
And so what we're seeing here, and we didn't get a chance to show this coming out of the break, but Corey Abbott did have an issue leaving pit road, so here he is trying to get back into his spot in line, which kind of is creating some of those gaps as well. But
yeah. Very unfortunate, but you can see, I think it's Becumer up ahead. Can't tell who. I think it's Becumer, the silver car in front of Hosack. We see the gaps, like Tate Lytle to Hanshaw. There's a gap, and then if you're going to run not the run at the back, but if you're going to restart, you just have to be closer to the cars in front of you. It's very important. If not, right, this is very easy to happen, especially near the rear of the field. And
Yeah, and being someone myself who does a lot of IndyCar racing and racing in the 87 cars and officials, series that have single file restarts and long trains like that. Yeah, this is something all too familiar. It's just you're always going to have these issues of guys trying to get their gaps ready, time everything, and it just doesn't always end right, especially when you have that long train of cars on the inside that we saw. And plus, it's just so hard to see where everyone is and when everyone is gonna go as it is, because you're so far back and you just can't get a good vantage point on what's going on ahead of you 4 or 5 rows up front and etc.
if you have Chris Wright's restart, what are we looking at here? I didn't see any contact. I saw Mikolaj shit go around. Did he go off the track at all?
So I think what happened here is what I'm. No, so at this point, iRacing would have informed him he's the candidate, but wouldn't have given him the all clear to start passing cars. I don't believe. That usually happens right about.
Oh, there's the contact.
So that probably invalidated the lucky dog, because none of these guys are being told to let him by, so they're not giving him room.
Right.
And then
We'll come
he's
back to
arguing.
green. Sorry to cut you off there. Chris we did note the damage there, but the restart snuck up on us. Green flag is out. Hogan with a much worse restart this time.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And the field with a much better restart this time in general. Blake Reynolds clears to second. Matthew Weeks side by side with Hogan for third. Thomas and Gavel side by side for fifth rather. And everybody made it through under green. We are racing once again. 8 laps to go in the stage. See who's aggressive and who plays for the long run here.
I wager and say everyone in 15th on up is going to be aggressive as heck, and everyone from 16th on down is just gonna chill. Oh look, Concerts with Tina is back. the phenomenon to where how the field spreads when you get on throttle, if I remember correctly, it's something you see a lot more with cars that are really quick to grip up and accelerate off of the corner, like in Formula One and IndyCar. You get that a lot more with the next gen because of how grippy it is. That's also, you could also argue why a lot of the road course races don't seem to be as exciting, because you have more of a built-in gap off of the corner because how you're able to get on it so quickly. At least that's how I've always understood it. I could possibly be talking out of my hindquarters, which I tend to do. So I'm just gonna go and say I think I'm explaining it correctly. Be gentle if I'm not.
I'm good with that. I'm comfortable with that explanation. Not that I knew it was what it was before tonight. We're learning something here on the Elite Racing Network with 5 laps to go in the stage. RC Anderson currently leading that, but Blake Reynolds starting to apply pressure to the back bumper of this 50 car. Reynolds' teammate Garrison Hogan sits in third. Then you've got Scott Crump trying to rebound from the spin earlier to initiate this latest cycle.
I winking warning 23 car.
Oh. I think Trey's car. Oh, Johnny Thomas is on the apron. Johnny clipped Trey. And around goes Trey. I don't know when Johnny got on the apron or how he got on the apron. But
I'll need another look at that to see exactly what happened.
Well, we got our stage caution.
yeah, that will be the stage. RC Anderson's going to get it. And it looks like
Oh.
Johnny had a little help.
Yeah. And then I think Netcode also kind of reared its ugly head here a little bit. But yeah, they definitely would have made contact, but I think Netcode really kind of made that worse at any rate.
Not a whole. Johnny was effectively a passenger there once Seth got into him.
Look,
We'll have to go ahead, Zach.
I don't think this is the case, but it is worth noting. There was that one incident a couple of weeks back.
It came to my mind too, but I was like, there's no way, right?
I don't think that played a role in this, but I feel like we have to mention it.
For the potentially uninitiated, or if you missed our full distance race at Auto Club, which Jonathan Cutlip just typed in the chat, interestingly enough, Johnny Thomas sent it 3 wide underneath Seth Rawls, got a big jump on the restart, an illegal jump on the restart, in fact, wound up wrecking Seth, sending him kind of head on into the fence. None too pleased, obviously, was that 25 car, but it didn't look intentional. It looked like a very classic, 2 guys enter the corner real close, real tight quarters, and one of them backs out just a little bit early in the other one, and the slightest of contact winds up sending the other out of control.
And if you did not remember that, do not feel bad, because I was there and calling that race, and I too also forgot.
Well, Seth Rawls is pleading, I didn't expect him to check up that early. So that's where the conversation is going at the moment.
What I felt. It's how I felt. I saw the incident and felt that was what happened, but it did cross my mind. However, the go ahead, Zach.
I tend to agree with you, but you would have a hard time convincing me of it if I were in Johnny Thomas's shoes also.
Mm-hmm. And we do get the tally to Rawls appealing the tally.
Well, that's silly. That's
because he caused the contact. I feel that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I understand it may not have been intentional, but there is no denying that's a pretty cut and dry tally that we don't need to be wasting our time appealing.
Yeah, that one is straightforward.
Yeah, if you don't actually submit the replay or whatever, that there's no appeal, I guess. But yes.
Either way, Seth and Johnny both will finish outside of the points in stage number 3. RC Anderson will win that stage. The top 10 is effectively the top 10 on your screen right now. Those will pretty much be the guys that got the stage points. Wadsworth is going to finish 10th in the stage over Chad. And we will come back and restart with 100 laps to go. 3/4 of the way done, boys. We're almost there. It's a long night.
There.
Woo!
Anderson, Reynolds, the front row, Weeks, and Hogan, the second row, Crump and Cutlip on row 3. Pace car down pit road. Anderson heads towards the restart zone in front of teammate Matthew Weeks. And those two will get a good jump. Reynolds and Hogan trying to get back on the inside, but Matthew Weeks got a really good restart. He's going to be fighting for second, but it's Blake Reynolds going to take over that second spot. It'll be Weeks fighting for third with Harrison Hogan. Oh, Chad Frankenfield's down the inside. Hard in the inside wall. No caution as of yet. Reynolds and Anderson still side by side for the lead. Anderson holds off Reynolds for now, but Reynolds is so good on corner entry in at these 1.5-mile tracks. This time, though, no dice. Anderson holds that lead up top, able to defend. Help from his teammate Matthew Weeks. Now will clear off the front bumper of Blake Reynolds and dive that 50 car into turn 3. It's going to wash up a little bit, though, on corner exit. Give these guys a run on him. Weeks is, I think, going to clear, but you can tell the aggression level is ratcheted up quite heavily here. A lot more side-by-side racing early in the run.
Well, I think the tricky part here is if you want to push hard here, then it's you can kind of break this up into 40 or 50 lap runs and just really push for those 40 and 50 lap runs. Whereas if you try to, especially with those couple of cautions, you could probably stretch it to even, I don't know, 25 to go or something like that before you have to pit, give or take. No, that's probably a little bit of a stretch. But 30 to go, and then you have the extreme, the fresh tires at the end of the run. It all depends on what strategy you want to play here, how hard you want to push.
Yeah, this is going to make things really interesting. Because everybody does have to make one more pit stop for sure. If we go to the green all the way, that pit stop could come at just about any time. And we've mentioned how strong that overcut is. It feels like you want to stay out as long as possible, but there's probably a lap where you won't be able to make that time up. So you can't be the last one to pit, but you also can't be the first one to pit.
I definitely think you're going to see guys probably pit as early as 335, 340 to force that hand, right? To get that undercut like we saw with Ethan Burrell on that last green flag run and really make guys sweat that overcut. So, I mean, once you're in the fuel window, it's a whole new ballgame. Now, obviously, the gamble, if you are one of those first guys on pit road, A, you have to deal with having the oldest tires on the long run, but B, perhaps even worse, what if you catch that caution and it traps you a lap down?
I don't know. I feel like if you're pitting that early, you're just making the decision for those around you to go for the overcut that much easier, because you're talking 60, 65 laps on one set of tires. Yeah, you'll have a lot higher pace for a good chunk of that, but the cars around you that stay out, they can stay out much longer and have a much bigger advantage, because the tire advantage that you get from the undercut is going to even out fairly quickly. And so as your run goes on, your average lap time is just going to keep plummeting and plummeting and plummeting. But those that stay out and pit, they're going to have a lot higher average lap time, and it makes their ability to run you down that much greater, especially if you have that huge disadvantage that it would become when they come in for their final stop. So I don't think anyone, I think some people might try that. I don't think it's going to work.
I'm with you there, James.
The larger point there is that you're looking at, with the way this race has shaped up, if it goes green, that's they won't go to the full extreme on the front end, but hypothetically, you're talking like a pit window that's 40 laps wide. And that's going to open up a whole bunch of strategies here.
Yeah, and that's what makes this final run really intriguing. But I'm looking at the way this field is grouped up and bunched up right now, and I'm having a hard time seeing us get to that pit window. I kind of think we're going to be under yellow pretty soon. Garrison Hogan stuffing it 3 wide around Justin Wadsworth.
Oh,
Reynolds backs out. Wadsworth holds him off up top. Was there contact between Ethan Stanley and Hogan right there?
Maybe.
You don't think so?
I didn't see it, but I can't say no. Oh,
There might have been. Also, Scott Crump's going for the race lead right in front of this group. He's getting really tight on the bottom underneath R.C. Anderson. This turn 3's been where Crump's been really strong, though, able to get down. Anderson just holds on to the door of Scott Crump, pins him down to the bottom. Crump really, though, able to drive off better than just about anybody I've seen. He did not lead at the line by 7 1,000ths of a second, but he's going to dive it into turn 1, slide up in front of R.C. Anderson. Here comes Anderson with the crossover.
Let him!
and now RC's going to have to be the guy trying to make the inside lane work here through 3 and 4.
Oh, into Scott. Encountered that same tight condition that Scott encountered. Weeks trying to work with R.C. Anderson, his teammate, trying to push him past Scott Crump. Hogan's going to have to go with Crump. Anderson dives it into turn 1. He's clear for now. Does not slide up in front of Crump. He will coming off of turn 2 and retain the lead, does R.C. Anderson. But here comes Crump to the bottom.
What a power move. He barely had enough space to pull that. Oh!
He did not.
Yeah, he didn't really have enough space to do that, but I think they might have made contact.
We are 3 wide for second.
There. Oh,
3 wide for
Lord.
second. Matthew Weeks to the bottom. Crump to the middle. Garrison Hogan
dear.
up top. Down the back straightaway. 3 wide for second. Battle, it'll be Crump and Hogan side by side for second. Justin Wadsworth has entered the top 5. The pole sitter, last season's champion. He's back in the mix.
And now look at, here comes Blake Reynolds.
Yet
He's
again.
able to get around Matthew Weeks.
Reynolds slides up. Cannot clear by Justin Wadsworth and get up in that outside line behind his teammate, though. He'll have to continue to battle alongside Wadsworth. Crump battling alongside Hogan. Anderson is out front, loving every minute of this. I have to shout him out. He's in the top 10. Daniel Martinez has been head on in the wall in a wreck. He's been lapped under green with damage. He's fixed it up. 88 cars back in the top 10.
Yeah, and I gotta give a shout out to that livery. That car is gorgeous. One of the most iconic paints in all of racing, and as a Lotus fan, I gotta say I love it.
I called him right as Blake Reynolds took Scott Crump 3 wide, of course. Poorly timed on my part, but the front 3 has changed. Crump has fallen back to 5th. It is now, there's 3 wide there. Martinez just went inside of Brandon Wilkinson. Got a big push from Jonathan Cutlip. These guys aren't going to make it to lap 335. I'm telling you what.
No, they are not.
They might. I believe.
Hogan going after the race lead after R.C. Anderson. I think he's going to get it. Move Garrison Hogan to the point. Hogan to the lead. Reynolds fighting Anderson for second.
I mean, how many times this season have we talked about, boy, Blake Reynolds would love to see one of these teammates up front with him. Here it is, channel 199-12.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You know, Garrison's obviously in red on the ticker. He has not had the season I think any of us expected. Missed Daytona, did not have a lot of pace at a number of these other tracks. He's also run into some issues with getting involved in stuff, and now he's up here battling his teammate for the race win in the World 600 with 80 laps to go.
Scotty Anderson saying, "Gosh, your cars look so identical." Let me tell you, I've been fighting that all night here in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
There is a slight difference. You've got a little bit the yellow numbers on the 55. That's the biggest difference. But yeah, now they're running side by side.
Yeah.
Blake Reynolds
Difficult.
to the lead.
Yeah, Blake Reynolds is going to find the lead here. He has just been really, really strong on these 1.5 mile tracks. Any track where you have to fling the car into the corner, Blake Reynolds has been the best car in the wall down the back straightaway. That's going to be a caution.
Oh, that's a huge one.
Oh,
Ryan Gable.
Martinez.
And Dan Martinez. I think that's Jesse Racimus up by the wall. Oh man.
Chris Wright collected, and Ryan Gable's got to take a huge shot right here
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
Right into Higgins. And Mikolajczyk.
Yeah.
That Goody involved.
Mhm.
I think Goody might. Oh no, he might get collected, right? No, Goody might be all right.
He got a little front nose damage. Chris Wright's going to have a little damage on the right front fender. I think Martinez was backing up a little bit. I think the tires were starting to go on that machine.
Yeah, it just kind of catches a wall there and
Off
bounces
the
back in. Yeah.
Everybody down pit road, in case you were wondering, as we continue to view this caution. Nick Massey gets a piece of the wall. Gavin Higgins gets a piece of Nick Massey. And then those guys came back up. I think all Massey's damage was from him bouncing off the fence here. I don't know that there's any further contact. That was a pretty good announcer's jinx, though. I did just talk about Martinez like 10 laps ago.
You sure did. Once
That's a good
again,
one.
send your hate mail to David Westergreen this time.
I'll take that one.
Tally 88.
Yep.
Yep.
It's about right. Off pit road, I believe that, well, I saw the two red cars. Yeah, Blake Reynolds retained. Garrison Hogan will come off pit road with second. Anderson third. Looks like Scott Crump's going to gain fourth. Matthew Weeks fifth off pit road. Should we do one last commercial break here? Dave, do we have any ad reads we want to do?
To win the blue egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with blue egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Fueling big to win big. Blue egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, ooh, big. To win big, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with blue egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, win big.
Her pace car is off here in the World 600 after the 12th caution of the race. The green flag is displayed again. Blake Reynolds on the loud pedal with the race lead over his teammate Garrison Hogan. Scott Crump gets a really good restart on the outside. He moves into third. And as we stream into turn one, Zach, we are just on the outside of the fuel window.
Uh-huh.
Can anybody make it?
I don't think so. I mean, this would be 74 laps, 75 laps that song. It would take a pretty aggressive fuel save. I don't think so. I wouldn't think so.
Let's not forget that. Yeah, I
might not need to.
Someone big sideways. I
didn't catch what happened there, but there was a
06?
whole lot of jostling around.
Yeah. And Ossick into the wall.
There's a big group of them here. 3 wide around Ray Bracey, Michael Goodman, Gerald Campbell, all stacking them up. Good on Ray into Seth. They're going to save it.
We're good.
We're driving good. I think some of these guys bolted on 4 fresh tires and have about 10 or 15 laps fresher tires than everybody else. I think Goody is one of those. Oh, Gerald up the track. This battle 3 wide, this is where it's going to be right here. Ethan Burrell is in this mess. Chris Wright is in this mess. Harrison Talon, we haven't really talked about him all race long. He's been up in the top 20 or so. Brent Jones is that car way up on the outside lane right here. These guys sorted out. Then we can talk about that fuel save.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of fuel saving happening in that group.
I do not. That's the group that needs the fuel save too. This is the guys that should be doing it.
I mean, I feel like there has to be at least one doing it. Cause let's not forget, calling back to what we talked about earlier, Casey Mears, Austin Dillon, their first career wins came in this race. How did they do it? Fuel save.
Mileage.
It's not impossible. It's not anything we haven't seen before. Obviously, it does not look likely with the fact that all these drivers have just been balls to the wall and no brains with some of these moves. But yeah, there are some cars way off into the back. Like I see Nick Matt. Oh well, wait, never mind. Those cars are a lap down.
Massey is a lap down, but Tyler Fody is on the lead lap at the back of the field. He could be trying to save some fuel. I just think they're too far back to make that work. I think you got to be around the back end of this top 10 maybe. Brandon Wilkinson, Jonathan Cutlip. Rawls and Bracey have been side by side for like the entirety of this run. That's where I would want one of those guys to save. Both of those guys are close to the marker in terms of the points making it into the playoffs. Both of them totally could. A win here with a good fuel save here down the stretch, that could totally work as your path to make it in. Oh, here comes Ethan Burrell, 3 wide on the bottom.
I'm telling you, looking at the lap times, I'm not seeing a lot of those guys really. Nobody. It's not Fody. If there's somebody doing it, it's car 91. No, excuse me, 83.
Yep, he would be the one. He's way off the back though, and I don't know that it matters if he's this far back. So maybe it doesn't matter.
I'm telling you, it would take an aggressive save, but he's not shifting, and he's several tenths off. That's what it's got to take.
It is, Sam. All right.
Oh,
Nick. Oh, Trey's blinking again. I feel for Trey Holmes too. He got the warning already in this one. He's gotten it a lot, and it's one of those things where he is trying to correct it as Ray got a big draft from Gerald. Now Chris Wright tries to take advantage of it.
Man.
I feel there's nothing Trey can do. He has bought a new router. He's bought a new Ethernet cable. He's changed internet companies, I believe. He's done just about everything he can. And he still gets blinking once a race.
I think that's something we're seeing a lot, both on the competition side and the broadcasting side, where These last couple of updates have really upped. I'm not nearly technical enough to be able to use the right words here, but the demands of computers from a game that honestly, because of its age, really hasn't been too taxing on computers up until these last couple of updates, I feel like. And I think that's where you're starting to see some of these guys that are really, even if the internet is Google Fiber or whatever, if the computer can't keep up with the demands of these updates, then it seems to be really hurting that connection or whatever the case may be, and it's asking a lot more than we used to see. A 100%. Yes.
Mm. And you couple that with the fact that a lot of guys' computers are from 2019, 2020 era, right?
Because how many guys, myself included, joined during COVID?
Right. Yep. Bought a computer with their, the bonus check, right? The stimulus check. Just about everybody did. It's at least here. I mean, I bought mine beforehand, but I bought my actual computer with the stimulus check. So mine
was a happy accident. I bought mine with the tax refund check before the world shut down. So then I jumped on. So I was technically I was in before the door, but
right. I literally bought mine because of the stimulus check, because I was not going to be able to afford it otherwise. But my folk Scott Crump's lined up.
Those are teammates.
Yep.
Scott knew I was about to remind James about a Silver Crown race in Iowa and intervened.
I can't even use the words I want to say. Gosh darn it.
Announcer beef.
You hate to see it.
That's how we met.
We sure did.
I don't know. I've never run into either of these guys. That's for sure on the racetrack.
Hey, we didn't run into each other. We had nice, clean, side-by-side finish for the win, and I won.
Pain. All I know is pain.
He's won a lot more than me since then.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I'm noticing. Jonathan Cutlip's backed it off significantly. Ethan Stanley's backed it off significantly. On the bottom of the racetrack, those guys are hunting the back of the field. It might be unintentional. However, I wonder if Jonathan Cutlip can't make it 3 extra laps.
Somebody's got to try. Somebody's got to try. I think Johnny Thomas is trying.
Right. He's 12 seconds off the pack, though, is the problem. I think the problem for Johnny is that when they pit and pick up tires, they will catch it.
Sure.
Because he's too far back. I think you have to save little by little. You can't save it all at once. So a guy like Jonathan Cutlip, who rode in this pack, he acknowledged that I'm not going to be able to pass these guys. I'm not going to be able to go up here and fight for this win. I can ride in the draft, save some tire, or save some fuel, just lifting a little bit early, and then go into a more aggressive save when I need to later in the run.
Well,
that's probably the ticket.
Well, yes and no. To me, how I always go about it is I try to do all of my Wadsworth a little bit of the wall off before. I always try to do a good, if I am going to focus on fuel saving, I try to get as much of it as I can done early on, so I know what I'm working with as the run goes on. That was a big squeeze.
It's still going.
Oh no!
Not dead yet. Hang on there, Scott.
Oh,
we're good.
I don't think Scott Crump's gonna be very happy with Matthew Weeks.
Yeah, that was a terrible, awful, no good, very bad half a lap there for Scott Crump, and he still losing spots.
I think Crump is the type of guy that'll take offense to a move like that. I don't think Matthew Weeks necessarily did anything wrong right there, but Crump wasn't expecting the move and did not give Weeks room because the move came very late. And then they made contact, so wow.
First look, it looks like a garden variety move. It just caught Scott and I think all of us off guard with how it actually ended up working out and how much speed it cost Scott there.
It's worth noting, we are 3.5 hours into this. These guys are tired. The mental tax is taking effect. So some guys are definitely going to... You're going to have to stay focused, right? You can't lose your head here. You can't lose your cool for Scott Crump. You just got to get back into it. He's still in contention for this race win. He's been in contention all race long.
And there's still plenty of time left in this. 53 coming to 52 laps to go. It's a long time left still to go.
A lot of guys have backed out of this main pack. There's a pretty sizable gap back around Ethan Burrell, Trey Holmes, Michael Hosack to where the next group is, where you've got Chris Wright. And if there is somebody who's going to start fuel saving now, it'd be Chris Wright. Of course it's Chris Wright, right? So that there's a big gap there, and Chris is starting to fall back. I'm taking a look back here. You've got Tyler Fody, you've got Seth Rawls. Those are Gerald Campbell. Those guys are all guys that can definitely make the gamble.
And a good chunk of those guys are guys that have nothing to lose, really. Like they're already running towards the tail end of the field. They're already either a little ways out of the playoffs or already clinched in regards to Fody. So the heck with it. Roll the dice and see what happens. If it doesn't work, you get past, you run out, you have to come in for a splash and dash. Well, who cares? You finish where you already were to begin with, but at least you had that opportunity to see, hey, maybe could get something better. Who knows?
I'm very much a proponent of trying to get off strategy in a race this long, especially if you are near the back of the field, and if there is a chance, even if it's I'm going to run out on the back straightaway the last lap, like, give it a shot, man. Go for it. What you gonna run out on the back straightaway, finish 10th, clutching it to the line? Oh well, like you got a shot. We were calling maybe you were gonna win the race coming down to the line. So I would. Oh geez, Seth Rawls pounded the wall there. Still side by side with Tyler Fody. If we get a caution, it's gonna be from these two.
Yeah, I think Seth and Tyler made a little bit of contact in the center of 3 and 4, and that's what kind of put Seth on the trajectory up the turn 4 wall. And I think that was Seth maybe showing his displeasure with that. But go ahead. Continue the point, like I always, if there's any sort of fuel strategy, I'm always the first one on it, because I don't typically have race-winning pace in a lot of scenarios and series. So fuel mileage is the only way I really have to compete for wins. I call it weaponizing my slowness. So I'm always hunting for these opportunities to stretch it where I can. And the few times it's worked out to where I've gotten wins in that scenario in races where I might not have won otherwise, but being able to work fuel and save enough and go full Scott Dixon onboard refinery and stretch it enough without really losing much pace. A lot of other guys on this track right now are trying to do the same thing and hoping they can pull it off.
Right. That's what I'm thinking is, I think you're going to have someone pull it off in the front pack. I just don't know if Johnny Thomas, 18 seconds behind already, he's going to be able to do it because once these guys are going to cut it in half, basically, right? They're going to pit 360, 370. So 30 laps to make up 10, 15 seconds on a guy that's saving fuel. That's, Tyler Fody in the wall in the front straightaway. He did not bring out the yellow, but
yeah.
Car snapped loose on him coming out of turn 4, and he piled it right side door first into the fence.
So real quick to finish the point on Johnny Thomas, I'm not entirely sure if it'll work out for the win depending on who tries it. We got some coming down. Road. Yeah, Crump and Burrell.
Carlos Acosta as well. So this is dividing the stage in half, right? These guys have decided they are not making it, and they are kicking off the pit strategy, and this is a long pit window. I think you could pit any lap the rest of the way and probably be on a very clear strategy. Blake Reynolds has a 1 second lead over his teammate Garrison Hogan. Matthew Weeks is right behind in third. Ethan Stanley in fourth, Justin Wadsworth fifth, Leighton Norgard sixth. A lot more guys are coming down pit road. R.C. Anderson down pit road. Wilkinson, Corey Abbott, Seth Rawls, Brett Jones. All heading down pit road. How long do you stay out?
It depends on how hard you are pushing your tires and how valuable you think the overcut is. If you've had a lot of clean air and mostly just kind of chilling for the most part, like Blake, I feel like he's gonna push it a little longer, maybe a couple laps, maybe pit at lap 365.
They're 3 wide
pit now.
They're 3 wide coming out of turn 2 right now here around Harrison Talon, Chris Wright, Paul Mikolajczyk. So I don't.
My.
They're 3 wide.
Oh my!
This is where it happens. Oh, okay. Chris was clear. I saw Chris moving down in front of Gerald. I thought he wasn't clear. We're good. We're fine. Everybody's driving good.
Oh, Harrison Talon got a piece of the wall going into 1. Gerald Campbell got all of the wall in turn 1.
Chris is trying to roll out of it and save fuel. Ethan Burrell's on 4 freshies.
4 wide. Oh no!
Oh boy, somebody's got to back out of this one.
None of them will.
None of them did it. That was 3 of the worst drivers you could possibly ask to back out of it right there. Gerald's still bouncing. Oh, Massey's in the wall.
Massey's in the wall.
A lot happening in this group right here.
And you can hear the screams of team owner David Westergreen. His wallet is screaming, seeing 2 of his cars in the middle of all this chaos. We're 4 wide again. Oh, okay. Jesse backed out. Thank you, Jesse.
Sheba's about to get a piece of the wall again.
Man, look at the speed difference. That is new tires. Oh, Lord.
Scott Crump, Garcia Anderson trying to pick their way through this madness. Fody's car's already snapped loose a couple of times. He hangs onto it.
Gerald Campbell has hit the wall in turn 1, I think 3 straight laps.
That's just the fast line. I don't know what to tell you.
He looks like he's running Eldora.
The guy I'm interested in this group of all these guys on screen, Chris Wright is backed up a lot. He's backed way out of it. And that's where I'm wondering, right? Those guys have to go all the way around again to catch him in 37 laps. They might have enough time to do that, but it's worth a shot. Down pit road, Ethan Stanley. I believe Ray Bracey is also heading down pit road. He will from 9th. Jonathan Cutlip's going to drive around Justin Wadsworth. Justin Wadsworth's now going to come down pit road. Got some wild names in the top 10 here. You got Michael Hosak. He's had a couple of stints in the top 10 today, but Paul Mikolajczyk's been nowhere near it. We at least get to talk to him or talk about him for a second because that 57 car has been on a couple of adventures tonight. Harrison Talon is up into the top 10 as Matthew Weeks hits pit road. Lost James. James is in the storms. He might have had some.
Yeah, it's possible.
Those might have hit finally over in Ohio. So Hogan to the lead as Reynolds pits. Burrell has unlapped himself from there. Weeks came down pit road as well. Here comes Hogan and Cutlip. As Norgard stays out. And if you're a late Norgard, Zach, I think I just stay out here as long. I run the fuel tank dry. You got nothing to lose. You might get a caution and trap a couple guys a lap down.
You might get a caution. That's the game plan, right? You catch the caution, you're in business.
Yep. Norgard definitely worth a shot. See what happens. Though I think just stay out, Norgard. You got a shot here to see what happens. Trey Holmes is obviously back here as well. He's got a perfectly good shot at grabbing this.
James Watson reporting his power flickered and he lost internet.
He's back though.
Looks like he is going to rejoin us.
Yes. Yeah, it's my turn to deal with the nasty weather. I am not that far from the epicenter of everything that's happening here in northwestern Ohio.
The late Norgard pit road. That'll bring Trey Holmes to the lead.
So Norgard pits. He'll have a nice overcut though, at the very least.
Yep. And 30 laps to do something with it. Ooh.
There's a graphic for you. I got all the pit stops in the whole race.
Okay.
Oh no!
So that's going to be. I'm gonna go ahead and say it before we get any nasty grams in the YouTube comments. On my end, this starts with, I believe it was Harrison Talon blinking out in front of Jesse Racimus. They are 3 wide here when Harrison Talon blinks out. That is Harrison Talon blinking out. And then when he comes back, Jesse Racimus is on his left rear. And somewhere in all of this, there is an accident. I didn't even see the wreck on my screen, but I could tell from Jesse Racimus's dramatic reduction in speed, he was involved in some kind of incident. And hopefully we'll be able to see it here.
Yeah, it made my heart drop because I thought my power was going out again.
And then right here, I mean, you could see the yellow car and the purple car driving off in the distance.
Oh, did you see the blink of Harrison's car in the bottom of the screen? Where is he?
Nobody knows, but that's what brought out somewhere in an alternate timeline, Harrison Talon crashed. And that's what brought out the cockpit, which is really unfortunate, but that's where we're at.
Oh my goodness. You see, he blinks back in.
Yeah.
Right in front of Jesse, and then all of a sudden Jesse's...
Nothing Jesse could do there. Nothing Jesse could do there. He never saw the car.
Wow. This changes everything. Because the guys who hadn't pitted yet, and I was hoping Norgard would stay out for exactly that reason. The guys who haven't pit are in a great spot. They will come down pit road, put on 4 brand new tires, and restart with a tire overcut on everybody who had already pitted. Oh, hey, there it is. There he is spinning.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Hi, Harrison.
I think he just pops on the screen, spun out. Whee! And I'm certain a lot of guys are looking for the wave around here. Boy, if you were late Norgard.
Yeah. There's a lot of conversation about that on the radios right now. And unfortunately, it's got to be a lot of guys that, they're lobbying here, but iRacing is going to dictate what happens here, and it's going to really sour some people's nights if they don't get a quick caution.
There probably will. But this is going to really change up the complexion of the top 10. It does work out for Norgard because he just recently pitted and stayed on the lead lap. Blake Reynolds will be the leader, Norgard second, Trey Holmes third, Paul Mikolajczyk is fourth, Ethan Stanley fifth. Daniel Martinez is back in sixth after a couple of different incidents. Michael Goodman is up there in the top 10. Chris Wright, I believe, is seventh. There's some contact from some guys that love each other. Maybe not.
Oh, we're gonna go green before we figure it out is the problem. But basically, I understand, but I think what it boils down to is a couple of guys stayed out here, and that's preventing some guys from getting waved around, and they don't like it. But that is how it goes.
Trey's still encountering some of those blinking issues, but the pace car is off. Blake Reynolds does have the race lead on slightly older tires than some of his competitors. Let's see if that makes a difference. Green flag is out for Reynolds. Trey Holmes with a good start. Leighton Norgard going to be fighting back on the outside lane with a chance to win the World 600. 27 laps to go.
So now all the strategies, all of the fuel, all the tires, throw it out the window. It's Katie bar the door time for these last 20-some laps.
Trey Holmes ended second, Norgard to third. These guys are going to go crazy. 3 wide mid-pack, 3 wide in the rear. Up front, single file. Blake Reynolds leads, but those are much older tires than his competitors right now. He was one of the first ones to pit. Holmes still encountering that blinking issue, and he got a piece of the wall.
Oh, and there's more argy-bargy in the back.
Norgard to second.
Oof. I think
Ethan Stanley on the
wall.
Oh, and Holmes's car is like not even being scored anymore. He's blinking so bad. It's just not. It's so frustrating for Trey Holmes because, like I covered it already. He has tried everything to stop the blinking. He does not want this to happen. He just wants it to be fair to everybody else. Yeah, he's back. He's right here in the top 5 still. He just wants it to be because he could very well get a warning and a request to back out, right? Because it's so bad right here, and so you really hope it stops happening for Trey here. Norgard stalking Blake Reynolds. Stanley trying to clear by Mikolajczyk. Chris Wright in behind Stanley. Daniel Martinez to the outside of Ethan Stanley. Mikolajczyk does clear for 4th.
And what a run here for Paul Mikolajczyk, getting up into the top 5 late here in the World 600.
Yeah, this is a good run for Mikolajczyk. He's had a few moments here this year where he's been just like thankful to complete a race. So to be fighting for ups around to the back straightaway.
Oh.
The dominant car of the day ends up in the inside wall. There will be a lot of folks heading down pit road for fresh tires that did not get to take them on the last caution.
Left front's broken on the 90 car.
Oh. And as it has been over the last several weeks, the 90 struggles to finish the race. I don't know if there was anything he did wrong in this case.
Nope.
Trying to make a pass around. I believe that was Kyle Hanshaw.
Get another look at it here on the Rebelist photography. Replay machine. Yep, car just washes up the hill. It's got a clip in the left rear of the 90. And right there, that hit on the left front's gonna be. I mean, I talked about it. I hate to say it, Scott just wanted to be there at the end of this thing, I think, and it's not gonna happen again.
Yeah, it's the third consecutive week. Blake Reynolds heading down pit road to pick up some tires, and that might, man, 22 laps is not a lot of time to carve through the field.
No. Like, we've seen him make short work of it, but
This will be monumental.
yeah, that's still pushing it even for someone like Blake. Now, saving grace is that there's still 22 laps left. A lot of caution. We've already seen a lot of aggressive racing as it is. So things could work out for Blake if everyone is getting too familiar with each other and move themselves out of his way, so to speak.
I hear that. My issue with it is they're going to move themselves into his way if they wreck, right?
Well, hey, if he misses it,
if you lead and you just stay out there and they wreck a lot, well, that puts a Leighton Norgard in a really good spot, because all you got to do is hold the lead, hold that clean air, run that top lane, and it becomes very difficult to be passed. We're going to keep an eye on Blake Reynolds for sure. Matthew Weeks also came down and picked up tires. Brandon Wilkinson picks up some tires. Seth Rawls as well. So those guys are certainly going to be aggressive on this restart without question.
Four hours of racing. It's all got to come down to whatever happens here.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Leighton Norgard, the race leader. Trey Holmes will restart second. He has dealt with some blinking issues so far tonight. So we'll see if those continue. Paul Mikolajczyk third. Daniel Martinez will restart fourth. Ethan Stanley fifth. Chris Wright restarts sixth. That's one of the more aggressive drivers in this league, and he's on the outside looking into that playoff picture, so that could be one to watch here. Johnny Thomas restarts in seventh. He's been strong tonight. Ethan Burrell restarts eighth. Tyler Fode's back up into the top 10 and ninth. Kyle Hanshot, the epicenter of that last caution, restarts 10th. The tires restart in 18th with Blake Reynolds. Everybody behind him is going to be on fresh rubber, trying to be aggressive into this pack of cars. Leighton Norgard's going to bring him down to the green, coming to 20 laps to go in the World 600. Pace car is off. Norgard on the loud pedal. We are racing again here at Charlotte. Chris Wright's already to the outside.
Oh. Yeah, that was not a good restart for Trey Holmes, and full on backed up that outside line. Oh.
Hogan sideways on the bottom. Everybody still straight down the back straightaway. Abbott in the wall in the back. 3 wide between Thomas, Burrell, and Fode. Norgard to the lead. Mikolajczyk trying to catch him and fight for that race lead. In one lap, Blake Reynolds picked up 5 spots. He's up to 13th. Oh, Chris Wright, Tyler Fode bounced off each other. Oh, Michael Goodman's around in the back. Matthew Weeks is in it. Weeks, Goody got spun by somebody, I don't know who, and he came right back up across the track and in front of Matthew Weeks.
Yeah, just tight 3 wide racing there. Matthew Weeks. Ray Bracey, Corey Abbott.
Big time carnage in turn 3. And Blake Reynolds made some pretty quick progress, but the laps are going to wind down. That aggression level is going to kick up once again. And, I just don't know how many laps you're going to have.
We'll see some more guys come down pit road for repairs. Now, was Chad Frankenfield in that one?
I don't think so, but he hit the inside wall a ton earlier in the event, and I think he's still fixing damage from that.
Right.
Nikolajczyk was presenting for the race lead there on Norgard right when that caution flew. So that battle was going to heat up. Whew. It's very late.
It's getting there.
We're getting past my bedtime.
It's been a stressful day for our folks in the Midwest.
Number of drivers have fallen out of this race due to connection issues in relation to the storms. We've had alternate issues from that as well. James got obviously kicked out of the lobby for a little bit. No tally issued between Wadsworth and Goody. Looked like kind of a racing deal to me.
Yep.
Just, two guys coming together late in the event.
I would tend to agree.
Puts a cycle on the tires. Everybody's got, heated them up, cooled them down one time. That does mitigate some of the advantage that Blake Reynolds and Brandon Wilkinson are going to have. Not to mention all the cars they got to pass in the next 16 laps with doing it without causing a yellow. It's going to be an uphill climb for sure, but if Blake Reynolds makes it, it'll be probably one of the top moments of the season. Trey, still, man, it's tough. I just know how much of a struggle it's been for him, and to have him up here fighting for a win and dealing with that, and to have the other drivers who are fighting for a win, most of whom are pretty new to knocking out wins in this series, it makes things a little bit more chaotic than they already have been tonight.
Oh, a lot of these guys up front want a win badly, never mind a World 600 win. So this is emotions are going to be very high over these last 15 laps as we get restarted here.
Leighton Norgard with the race lead does not have an Elite Belly Up Sports Cup Series win to his name to this point. Neither does the rookie Paul Mikolajczyk. Pace car is off. Norgard into the restart zone. He gets going early in the zone. It leaves Ethan Stanley behind a little bit. Pulls some of the better competition up here with Daniel Martinez, Tyler Fody pushing forward. Trey Holmes backs up that bottom. Blake Reynolds is going to spin Kyle Hanshaw, and that's going to be a caution, I believe. Yes.
Okay. So let's see what happened here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know of any way to say that other than 66 into the 46.
Yeah. He's going to be aggressive. I want to say, I'm waiting for race control to drop. Well, the 46 was moving down. 46 was moving down to run the corner. But, we talked about some of the moves and stuff that keep other drivers in the there's a crash under caution.
What on earth?
These guys did not. These guys did not check up for the pace car.
No.
There's probably driver comms going, blocking everybody from knowing where the pace car is here, and there's a big wreck on the back straightaway.
I've never seen one that big under yellow.
Kicked off, oddly enough, by Chad Frankenfield into the back of Corey Abbott here.
He hit me under yellow.
And he kicked Corey up, but I don't think some of these guys were going to make we're going to stop for this wreck, this field, no matter what. Nick Massey got the lucky dog. That puts him 1 lap down. Let's see what Chad saw. Yeah.
Oof,
well, you don't want to have that. Well. That one was even more, than the last one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's what I was worried about. No tally for 66 and 46. See, that one's one I don't know that I agree with, but in our effort to wonder who assigned blame, I think we're overlooking whether the wreck would have occurred if one car wasn't doing something there. But this one here is definitely going to be a tally, I think, under caution. That was pretty egregious. And there might be a couple of culprits here.
Yeah. I want to say, though, if there's probably two people that are disappointed that caution came out, it's our top two. Both of them got a great jump and was able to get a pretty solid gap back to Ethan Stanley. And if you're Leighton and Paul, you want to be as far away from that 91 car as possible. That 91 car, even with the night he's had, it's still a tough car to keep behind. Oh.
I mean, there's no tally for the contact under yellow here.
What's that?
Yeah.
No, I literally did not.
I'm hearing no contact. No tally for the yellow contact to this point. That's a wonderful question. I think it's gonna be called the concert. I'm with you. He hasn't put up a message yet, but
I haven't.
The driver's chat is discussing. So
the driver, I haven't heard or seen anything from race control.
All right. Well, then there may be.
He's calling it right now.
Yep. All right. What do you call?
It sounds like it's going to be reviewed further.
Okay.
Hold on.
Well, who knows?
Tally 15. So
There
stop reading the idiots in the text chat. They're angry drivers who don't listen.
Green flag is back out. 11 laps to go for Leighton Norgard. Daniel Martinez has worked his way up to the second spot here. See if we can make it a couple of laps this time. Norgard defending, utilizing that top lane. That's what you need to do right here if you're trying to pick up your first win in this World 600. They're 3 wide around Blake Reynolds and Brandon Wilkinson. Paul Mikolajczyk looking for the lead underneath Leighton Norgard.
Paul's doing a real good job making that inside work. He lost a little bit of ground on that start and had Martinez get by, but he's rebounded very well.
Yep, Mikolajczyk's got that bottom line working, but right now that top line's really tough to pass in. Here comes Hogan to the bottom looking underneath Enerson behind. Enerson's going to slam the door. Stanley gets to the outside lane. Now he'll get to the outside of Mikolajczyk. Norgard's still got the clean air. 9 laps to go. Martinez almost got into Ethan. They're 3 wide there for 4. Still 3 wide off of 2. Mikolajczyk holding strong alongside Stanley, but they're following a Leighton Norgard. Ethan Burrell cuts up into 4th. He's going to jump to the outside lane.
And now where does he go? Well, that makes it a little bit easier. He's got the run on the outside, and Stanley's able to clear Mikolajczyk.
Now Ethan Stanley looking to the inside of a Leighton Norgard. He won't be able to make that happen. Burrell up to the outside of Mikolajczyk for 3rd. There is the tally for Chad Frankenfield for that caution contact. Norgard holding strong on the outside, trying to hold Ethan Stanley back. Paul Mikolajczyk fighting forward on the bottom, but he's losing ground.
Yeah, poor Paul has no friends there on the bottom. Well, now he's got a little bit of help.
Oh, Chris right into the side of Garrison Hogan.
Oh!
We're good.
Chris hit the wall again.
Oh, he's still bouncing off the wall.
Ethan just threw it in there on Norgard, and Ethan Stanley's going to get the lead. 6 laps to go. Norgard unable to withstand the charge of Ethan Stanley. And from
Now Ethan
sideways
Burrell's
on the
got-
back,
Yeah, Ethan Burrell's got to get around the 12 here if he's got to have a shot.
Ethan Stanley was sideways on the back straightaway a bit ago, and now he is in the race lead. Norgard's going to give it a shot, though. He's still got to run. You're able to use a lot of that draft power, but it's really hard to pass on the bottom. Norgard's giving it a run to the inside of Ethan Stanley, going for the lead. Can he get a little bump draft from the Ethan Burrell machine? He cannot. He's also trying to play defense against Burrell. Here comes Mikolajczyk.
Watch Daniel Martinez.
Tyler Fode jumps to the inside of Martinez.
Oh my goodness.
Four laps to go. Norgard's gotta find a little extra. Fighting for your first win. Fighting for a win in the World 600. Coming to 3 to go. Bump draft in the back bumper of the Ethan Stanley machine. What can a Leighton Norgard do? The tires are pretty close. Blake Reynolds, Garrison Hogan are right on the back bumper of Tyler Fode. I don't think they're going to have enough time. 3 to go. Stanley, Norgard, Ethan Burrell, the top 3. 3 wide for 4th between Mikolajczyk, Martinez, and Fode. 2 to go.
Huge gaggle there behind those leaders, but here comes Norgard.
Nothing yet.
Nope.
Norgard's got... and if Burrell gets alongside Norgard, it's going to be all over for Ethan Stanley. That's all she wrote. They don't have a chance.
Yeah, I called it. Watch out for that 91 car.
That guy is pretty good. Well, but Burrell going to clear Norgard.
Here we go.
There might be something here. Burrell going to get a big push from a Leighton Norgard down the front straightaway. White flag is out. Final lap at Charlotte. Ethan Stanley, the race leader. Ethan Burrell trying to take it from the 91. Norgard running 3rd, hoping they get into each other. Burrell with a solid run down the back, but I think he's too far back.
He's got to send it to the inside, but I think you're right. It's just got to run out of time.
Off turn 4, Ethan Stanley is...
No, it's Stanley.
Ethan's the World 600. Burrell finishes 2nd. A Leighton Norgard will get onto the podium with a great run that comes up just a little bit short. Daniel Martinez winds up in 4th in this race, so that was an adventurous 4th for him. And Tyler Fode comes out of here with a top 5 finish.
Yeah, we were talking about Tyler Fode maybe having damage. He was so far down the field, and look at that, back in the top 5.
Yeah.
And in the span of about 8 months, Ethan Stanley's won a Southern 500, a Daytona 500, and now a World 600.
The guy, he's inevitable. in one of those things where he got spun, kind of seemed like his race was going to be over. And of course, he gets back up into the top 10 and does what Ethan Stanley does. Just go out and win these races. We watch Ethan Stanley burn it down. We can also take care of looking at the rest of these race results. Oh, this is the back end of the field. So we can work our way forward here. There's the rest of them. We mentioned the top 5. Garrison Hogan did finish 6th in this one, with Paul Mikolajczyk finishing 7th. You had Brandon Wilkinson come home in 8th in his season debut. Blake Reynolds finishes 9th with those tires. Jonathan Cutlip rounds out the top 10. Trey Holmes ends up 11th. Matthew Weeks finishes there in 12th. You can see the rest of that top 18, and we'll have Dave shift over to the rest of the field here so that everybody can take a look, find their favorite driver, and we will interview some of the podium drivers, and we'll start with a guy that we have not talked to all season long. I don't even recall if I've ever interviewed you in the booth of Leighton Norgard, but congratulations on P3. Really close to being able to grab that first Elite Belly Up Sports Cup Series win. Take me through what you maybe could have done a little differently on that last restart.
I just took a look at the final pass that Stanley made on me, and I think the mistake I made was just running a little bit too high through 1 and 2 when he had the run down the front straight. If I'd held it down and just kind of shortened that distance a little more, maybe could have kept him side by side and then held on to it through 3 and 4. And that I did not expect. I thought I was going to do well tonight. I just didn't expect to be at the front with 5 to go, but man, I was not gonna lie, I was really hoping for another couple of yellows before the end. There was a wreck on the front stretch, the spotter said, right as Stanley was passing me. I was like, no, that's a little bit too late for that. So I wanted a green at that point, but man, there's going to be the what could have beens for a little bit here.
Well, certainly there is some what could have been, but ultimately, best finish we've seen in the Belly Up Sports Cup Series for you, and it comes in a crown jewel event. Overall, you have to be really proud of your effort tonight.
Yeah, I had a really clean race. I got on the wall off the corner several times, but never hard enough to do any damage. But other than that, it was 400 laps of just pretty consistent driving, which is kind of crazy to think about for someone that doesn't necessarily run long races like this very often. It's just a lot of laps to put down the same kind of thing over and over without making big mistakes.
Leighton, you were blue on our screen, so I don't think you really have a chance at the playoffs, but anywhere you can parlay this momentum, obviously a really good finish. It has to feel good. It's definitely a boon in what has been a frustrating season, but as we go to Talladega next week, any thoughts for the future, thoughts to build towards next season, I guess?
Yeah, I know I was something like 20-ish points out, I think. Had a rough week last week, but I just came in this week wanting to get as many points as I could, kind of try and put myself in a better position to end the regular season here. And I think I did pretty well with that, with third place and points in the first 2 stages. So we'll see what the points look like after they're updated. But my goal for this season was just to make the playoffs in Cup, and I think I'm close, but we'll have to see what I can make happen at Talladega next week.
And before we let you go, any shout outs on this podium finish?
My teammates over at Abbott, Corey and Brent. Corey had a bit of a rough night. This has been kind of tradition here in the Cup Series, but Stuck it out to the end, as late as it is. And yeah, you guys for doing the broadcast, and Chad and all the admins for making this league happen.
We appreciate it, Leighton, and congratulations on a great podium finish, and good luck next week. And we'll hopefully talk to you again because you can make a habit of this.
Yeah, gonna try my best. Thanks, guys.
It's a third place finisher, a Leighton Norgard. We'll send him down and bring up the runner-up finisher, Ethan Burrell, and talk to Ethan number one here. Ethan, congratulations on P2 for starters. You won a stage tonight. You had a pretty good run. Ended up short pitting there in the middle of the race. I did want to ask you about that. What was going to be the plan if that caution didn't come out on that long green flag run?
Yeah. Hey, I'll take Ethan number one. I know you probably said Ethan number one because I was the first one in here, but I guess on seniority, I'm Ethan number one.
Exactly.
I'm probably Ethan number two on talent, but anywho, yeah, that undercut, I was a little burnt up. I was kind of watching the top five pull away from me, and I thought, the car, with as gripped up as the car was, if I undercut, I'll get out of the mess of traffic and be able to run some good laps, maybe get far enough ahead to kind of get a net gain. And then I was going to come in for my last pit stop right around 350, I think. So I was hoping to gain maybe 4 or 5 positions from the undercut, and then I would kind of undercut again and maybe get a chance or maybe catch a lucky caution. If the caution would have waited about 5 to 10 laps, I think I probably would have been around the front row somewhere. But either way, it ended up working out. That was I was a little disappointed that we kind of made the 600 that as messy as we did. There was a lot of fun battles. Typical Charlotte setup in this car. It's just we're really packed together, and it's really hard to turn. Car gets really tight. But yeah, all around, I'm stoked to come out of that with a podium. That was fun, man. I had a heater coming to Stanley. I thought maybe I could have got to him had I got by a Leighton a little faster.
It certainly it did seem to come down to that there at the end. Getting into that position where you were battling with Stanley for the win. Do you think another lap or two and maybe we're singing a different tune? God forbid we make this race any longer, of course.
Yeah, I'd sure like to think so, because the previous couple laps before I got by a Leighton, I was getting huge runs at him out of the corners, but I was just catching him at the wrong time to where I couldn't move the car next to him, and I couldn't take the momentum into his bumper to push him to help him get next to Stanley. So I was having a lift, and I wasted time not timing my runs right. I was burning laps doing that, and then once I finally timed it up right, I got by him pretty quick. But at that point, I mean, there's only about a lap and a half left to go after Stanley, and I mean, you need even if I'm faster at the end there, which I'm not entirely sure I was, but you're not going to pass that guy in a lap and a half. I mean, there's just no way. So, congrats to him. It's a big win, a Coke 600 for him. Seems like he's just about won everything nowadays with the 500 and the 600 championships. So he can calm down now. And let the other Ethan get a couple more wins.
Yeah, and he obviously keeps on grabbing them, but you made it close. Obviously, as you mentioned. Looking forward, I try to make this third question about that playoff hunt. You're obviously locked in with that win already this season. Any thoughts as we go to Talladega? Are you just happy to be locked in already?
Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, Talladega is I mean, everyone knows what Talladega is. It just is. So to be in a position to be locked in and not have to even think about anything other than trying not to crash, that'll be great. That'll take it. So yeah, I've been talking to you guys a lot lately, so that's a good sign. Hopefully I can keep this momentum through Talladega and into the playoffs. Yeah, man, it's going good. I'm pretty happy with the run. So yeah, my shout outs. I'll shout out my wife Rachel. Man, abandoned her for a good chunk of hours tonight doing this. Shout out to Betty for always watching. Shout out you guys for sitting through these long nights with us, man. You guys make these races so fun to watch, so we appreciate it. Shout out Stanley for the big win. All the guys at Pro Edge, Tate and Tooker had some unfortunate demises pretty early on, but shout out Trey. He had a good run. Weeks did all right. I know he wanted more, but we got out of there all right. I got the new Domino's pizza box paint scheme again. I brought that back as a throwback to myself from the Coke 600 I won, and almost went back to back with the Domino's scheme. So I'll have to keep this thing around.
You gotcha, buddy. Well, congratulations on that win. Any shout outs for us here before we send you off tonight?
Yeah, I think that was about. I think we covered everything.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, yep.
I'll think. Let me think of one more.
Get out of here.
Shout out my buddy Austin. He's watching. He's over in DC right now, so on a work trip. So I'm sure it's probably quite interesting out there. And shout out to Chad for giving all of us somebody to yell at. It's really generous of him.
I gotcha. Well, let's wrap it up here. It's past my bedtime. I know it's a little better on for you over on the West Coast, but congratulations on P2 tonight, Ethan.
Yeah, go get that winner.
We will. Let's pull up race winner Ethan Stanley and close out this night with the winning interview. Ethan, you were backwards on the back straightaway about 2.5 hours ago, and you brought home a win. So tell us how that happened.
Oh yeah, funny how that works. First time I've ever felt the next gen get loose around Charlotte. That was all my mistake, but I was able to recover. Just kind of ran in the back, just saving a lot. We got that nice long run, which helped. And then got really lucky with that caution with about how many to go? About 30 to go. And then had the track position and was really worried because under green I took 2 tires and all I had in the pits was another set of lefts. So I threw on those and just crossed my fingers that we wouldn't get too many long runs at the end. And we got a couple cautions which helped. And then at the end there, I got the car hooked up on the bottom for that pass and was able to just kind of fend them off at the end.
So now you've got the World 600 alongside the Daytona 500, alongside the Southern 500. What's next, Ethan? Where do we go from here?
I really don't know. Probably Indy 500. Not in the Cup side, of course, but that's what I'm looking forward to. But championship next, I guess.
Yeah, and Ethan, obviously Talladega next week, not a concern for you. You're well locked in with a couple of these full distance race victories. Going out there to grab a race win next week, do your best and fight at the front.
Oh yeah, of course. Got to be a little bit careful. Had the tally this week. Don't want to get another one next week. But I'll try to be up there at the end.
And before we let you go, let's get those shout outs on this World 600 win.
Oh yeah, big thanks to Blue Egg Marketing. Big shout out to the Blue Egg to the Lake Norman guys. Can you tell we've been racing for 4 hours?
Yes.
Big thanks to you guys for being up here in the booth for 4 hours. That's got to be a hell of a job. And then big thanks to Chad and Will and all the admins that run this league.
Gotcha. Well, congratulations on the win, Ethan. And I think we're all pretty tired, so we'll send you off quick and enjoy your celebration tonight, buddy.
Yeah, you guys have a good night.
You too. So that was the World 600. I don't think we need closing thoughts. What do you guys think? I think it's time to go to bed.
Yep.
So that was the Belly Up Sports World 600. We will see you guys next week at Talladega from the Elite Racing Network. Everybody have a good night.